2012. All right. 1929. Interesting. 2001. Right, right, right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm liking this. This year, even. Okay. Same year as Jesus. That's a good one. For Ronald Reagan reason.
I was gonna say the year of COVID, but when they said the same year as Jesus, I'm like, damn,
With that one.
yeah, that one. I'm surprised nobody said the year of COVID. 2019, yeah, for sure, but the same year as Jesus, most definitely. 1619, the Battle of the Hastings, the Dark Ages.
1776.
Yeah. What's up, TMFJ over there, YouTube land? Hello, y'all. We're just getting started, y'all. Y'all know we got to talk about Jesus so the algorithm will know who to show us to. How was the question that Mama Bash had up? Like, did y'all get a whole bunch of sovereignty claims? What's up, Silver Fat? Did y'all get like people to come up and like declare the sovereignty of their God?
Yeah, like, well, the last guy, that's kind of where he ended up. But most of it was just like, I think one of the first people came up and he was like, oh yeah, no, the God is not a hypocrite. And then, we did the whole David thing and he's like, yeah, that's unfair, but it's God. So, and David was chosen. So.
Yeah, I know, like, they'll never say their God is a hypocrite. They're going to always pull that sovereignty claim. Like, you can't judge him by the same standards that you would judge a human.
We also got the remember what you said, remember this day, because it's going to come back.
Was that Telepharaoh?
No, that was, what was that last guy named, Rhea?
I don't know.
Terrence. I remember because I called him Terrence Howard, and that wasn't his name.
And he do talk like him, though.
He talked like Terrence Howard and his name was Terrence?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. How did he say you going to remember this day? 82% of viewers haven't shared yet? TikTok snitching on y'all like a motherfucker. How the fuck we at 144 shares? Who did all the shares? Who did all the shares? How 82% of y'all? It's 232 of y'all in here. 82% of y'all haven't shared the live, but we had 160 shares.
I'm not part of him no more.
TikTok means snitching like a motherfucker. I kind of do like these little updates. It's like 78% of the people in your room ain't commenting. But don't it feel like work?
Low key.
Yeah, they have straight commoditized our engagement. It's crazy. It feels like work. But that's okay, because as long as we get people in the room, I'm going to make sure y'all have some shit to comment about. Ain't that right, y'all?
Gotta work for the things you love.
Yeah. Like, we're going to make sure y'all have some shit to comment about. And some good conversations in here. Make y'all laugh and think. What's up, Demonica, over on YouTube? What's up, Rimbles? Atheist Black Woman, hello. Make sure y'all like the live over there and share the stream out. If you are a Christian and or a believer in the God of the Bible, you don't necessarily have to identify as a Christian. You can just believe in the big guy in the sky. And you can be 18 tonight, 18 and up. As long as our 18 and up co-hosts are in the chat, we will pull them from the chat and bring them on stage for you. And so, hell no. Hell no.
Nigger. Blocking them.
Yo, jealous ass. I did not see that at first. I'm sorry, y'all. Like, the jealousy is just ridiculous. Huh? I wish
I was just thanking everybody for gifting.
I wish they knew that they were jealous and that's why they're doing what they're doing. Like, I wish they knew that their behaviors were stemmed by insecurity, and then maybe they wouldn't do it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because then, like, once you become self-aware of your insecurities, one, you either begin to feel shame from them, and you start working on them. But unfortunately, they don't fucking know. They think they think they're, I don't even know how to describe what I think, like what I feel they think. Like they think that they are asserting their superiority and they're trying to hurt us at the same time. But it literally just screams, I'm not sure of myself. I'm not
Yeah,
happy in myself. Huh?
the combination of the first name and the last name, it would trigger a lot of people actually. Like that the
Yeah.
one they had for
Yeah,
their
they did that
username.
on purpose.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, but to come in here and do that, to just go and like interrupt people that you hate just to tell them that you hate them, right? Just to be mean to people who you believe in your mind are inferior to you. You're chasing after them to remind them that you think they're inferior. That's not a superior person. That's an insecure person. That's a person screaming that they don't feel superior, right? They don't actually believe that they're superior. They're trying to convince themselves that they are superior.
I don't know if you're talking about humans or God right now.
I'm talking about the guy the guy that was just on stage.
No, as you were talking, I was thinking of Joshua.
Oh.
Joshua plan.
You were talking to Joshua just now?
No, I was thinking of Joshua's plan, like the book of Joshua, how God was just clearing out people because he thinks his people are superior.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's insecure. He's not really the big guy in charge.
Exactly. Like they can't help. That's what superiority culture does, right? Like you're jealous of the people that you are claiming to be superior than. Think about like Jesus, right? When he's talking, the centurion slave. What is he? I mean, the centurion, when he heals the centurion slave, what does he say? What does he marvel about with the centurion soldier?
Oh, how good of a slave he is.
To
No,
the soldier.
the master. How? Damn it! Hold on. God damn it!
It's okay. I'm gonna pull it up because we're gonna go line by line. Hold on.
Oh, I love that.
Okay, it's Luke 7. 10. Oh no, 7 through 10. Okay. He says, okay, I'm gonna start at verse 1. After Jesus had finished all his sayings, in the hearing of the people, he entered Capernaum. A centurion there had a slave whom he valued highly, and who was ill and close to death. When he heard about Jesus, he sent some Jewish elders to him. Actually, do I want this one of Matthew's? Asking him to come and heal his slave. When they came to Jesus, they appealed to him earnestly, saying, he is worthy of having you to do this for him. Mind you, this is a Roman centurion, a man of status. And the Jewish high priest, when they come to him, I mean, the Pharisees, when they come to him, they're like, hey, he's worthy. They're already saying that he is, a man to marvel at, right? He's worthy of you to do this for him, for he loves our people, and it is he who built our synagogues for us. And Jesus went with them, but when he was not far from the house, the centurion sent friends to say to him, Lord, do not trouble yourself, for I am not worthy to have you come under my roof. Immediately, the centurion debases himself. I'm not worthy. Like I'm a Roman centurion. It doesn't matter. Like he's gonna say, therefore, I did not presume for you to come, but only speak the word and let my servant be healed. For I am a man sent under authority. Like I have authority with soldiers under me. I got people that do what I tell them to do. I got do boys. And I say to one, go, and he goes. Like I have do boys, right? And to another, come, and he come. When I say come, motherfuckers come, right? And to my slave, like mind you, he got the soldiers are his do boys, but he also got slaves. Okay? He says, and to my slave, I say, do this, and the slave does it. He says, when Jesus heard this, he was amazed at him. And turning to the crowd that followed him, he said, I tell you, not even in all of Israel have I found such faith. When those who had been sent returned to the house, they found the slave in good health. Let me read y'all what Matthew said. I don't know.
While you're looking for that, what does he mean by that? Like,
The faith,
yeah, found such faith.
because he debased himself for an Israelite. The Israelites are superior, right? Like, yeah, even the one with all this authority said, I'm not worthy of you. That's what, yeah.
Is getting down and saying, wow. Learning what faith means, that was added from what Bash, I remember what Bash was saying. It's a word that was created. It was usually called faithfulness, which means like obeying the laws, really, or being obliged to the laws. Am I correct?
Faithful. Oh, faith and faithful. Yeah. They're two different things. Like, they didn't have the type of faith the New Testament talks about in the Old Testament. They didn't need it. They didn't need it. Matthew 8:5-13. I'm gonna also read John's, y'all. I want to see the difference between how John does it. John 4. Notice this story is not in Mark.
So it's in Matthew, Luke, and John.
John 4:46-54. Which is interesting because Mark had a different agenda. Like, I really do think that the author of Mark was painting Jesus to be a failed apocalyptic liar. And I think that's why he has Jesus saying that he is the idol shepherd. Like, this story is not there. You don't have the centurion being debased. Like, you have the woman, the woman being debased. And that's Jesus debasing the woman, but you don't have a centurion just outright debasing himself. Like, the writer of Mark didn't do that. Okay, so Matthew 5-13. When he entered Capernaum, a centurion came to him, appealing to him and saying, Lord, my servant is lying home paralyzed and in terrible distress. And he said to him, I will come and cure him. The centurion answered, Lord, I am not worthy to have you come under my roof, but only speak the word and my servant will be healed. For I also am a man under authority with soldiers under me. And I say, go. Now, notice in here, he says, I'm also, right? So who else is he saying also has people under him? A man of authority when he says that.
Just like you?
Yep, just like you. So Matthew is like, Jesus had the same authority. Mind you, Matthew is the one who adds to Mark Canaanite, the Greco-Roman, the Syrophoenician. Matthew changes it from the Greek Syrophoenician to an old term Canaanite that nobody used. That's like today we are African Americans or we're black. That's like somebody changing a narrative like negra that we don't call ourselves and saying, well, he called her a negra, right? Or she was a negra woman. But we don't identify as negras today. And so for Matthew to use such an outdated term to describe this Phoenician woman, it reeks of supremacy culture, right? Like he wants to dehumanize her. He wants to put her in this boat of the people that the God rejected from the beginning, and the people who are below them from the beginning. That's what he does with her. And so here he puts Jesus on the same level as the centurion. He says, for I also am a man under authority with soldiers under me. And I say to one, go, and he goes, and to another, come, and he comes, and to my slave, do this, and to the slave, and the slave does it. When Jesus heard him, he was amazed and said to those who followed him. Do y'all notice that in this one, the Pharisees aren't saying to Jesus, "He's worthy." Y'all notice that? Matthew is not like, we're not finna be saying that the Romans are worthy. We're not finna be saying he did all this. Matthew does not say that. When Jesus heard him, he was amazed and said to those who followed him, "Truly I tell you, and no one in Israel have I found such faith. I tell you, many will come from east and west and will take their places at the banquet from Abraham and Isaac and Jacob in the kingdom of heaven, while the heirs of the kingdom will be thrown into the outer darkness, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth." And Jesus said to the centurion, "Go, let it be done for you according to your faith." And the servant was healed that hour. And so he says to him, so Matthew also makes it about the faith of the Gentile. And Luke, he just like, Jesus just does it. Jesus just like, oh, my boy, like he's somebody. So his faith, just because he said what he said, his faith got his servant healed. Matthew's like, according to your faith, let it go and be done. I want to check out, I want to see something. Hold on. What verse is that? 5:11. Let me see something. Because that just feels out of place like a motherfucker with Matthew.
Why are the heirs of the kingdom
That's what
being
I'm
thrown?
looking for right now. And it's a transposition. It's a
What?
transposition. It's a transposition, and the oldest copy is after the fucking Nicene Council. Because I'm like, that don't sound right.
Because they're the heirs of the kingdom, no?
Yeah, like Matthew's gospel is really focused. Like his audience is a Jewish audience, right? And his gospel is really focused on the Torah, like pushing Torah law. Jesus, is the Messiah from the Hebrew scriptures. For him to, it just feels out of place. I could be wrong, but it's a transposition, a substitution. In the text.
Because that came from somewhere, right?
Yeah. It's in the oldest copy we have, which is Witness 1, written between 325 and 360, so after the Nicene Council. But it's just the oldest copy we have in history. I'm not saying that it was written, I'm not saying that part of Matthew was written at that time, but that is the oldest surviving copy that we have. No, I'm not a fucking Jew. I didn't mean to say it like that. No, I did not mean to say it like that. I love Jews. I have friends who are Jews. I'm not a Jew. Like the reason why y'all every time somebody is studying the Bible, especially like if we're black, y'all always want to ask us if we black Hebrew Israelites. Like I blame the black Hebrew Israelites for that shit. Like we just study the Bible. Like that's insane. Right, Theologos, like goodness gracious. No. Hold on, let me see something. Wait, am I looking at the right thing? I tell you, many will come from the east to take their place at the banquet of Abraham, by the heirs of the king. Wait, Matthew, am I looking at it? Matthew 5. Matthew 5.
Verse
Be rejoicing
12.
and exulting for the reward is all, for they persecuted the prophets. Wait, Matthew 5.
Mm-hmm.
Matthew
Okay.
8.
Matthew 8. I'm like, what the fuck am I
Yeah,
looking at?
sorry.
Hold on. I got too many, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Bible apps up right now. Theologos, I was gonna ask you, I hope your app is gonna allow me to have like 8 tabs. Show 8 tabs. Okay, still 325. It's not a transposition. I'm saying, and to you all, many from the east and the west. It's still after the Nicene Council, but it's not a substitution, but the sons of the kingdom. Yeah, it's there in the oldest copy. I don't know. It just feels out of place for Matthew. And see the Matthew, Matthew chapter 1, the oldest copy we have of Matthew chapter 1 is from 225, Papyri one, and was written between 225 to 274. But chapter 8 is 325. That's why I'm saying. But I'm not saying. I'm not saying that it's was written at that time. That's just the oldest surviving copy that we have. But it just feels so. It just feels out of place for Matthew. But I don't know. And then let me read John. Let me see how John tells the story. Hold on. John says, then he came again to Cana in Galilee, where he had changed the water into wine. Now there was a royal official whose son lay ill in Capernaum. When he heard that Jesus had come from Judea to Galilee, he went and begged him to come down and heal his son. Raza, I don't know if you was trying to come in on purpose or not. For he was at the point of death. Wait, to heal his son?
Not the slave.
It's his son. Matthew says that it's his like child slave. Like it was a pederasty relationship. That's the word that he uses for that. And then Luke changes it from a pederasty. I can't say that word, don't y'all laugh. Relationship to a regular slave. Luke changes the word there to doulos. So it's a regular slave. But now John is saying it was his son. For he was at the point of death. Then Jesus said to him, unless you see signs and wonders, you will not.
Okay, hear me out. This may sound crazy. It may sound insane, right? He has slaves that are women. He, without consent, had a child with that woman. The son is a slave because it came from that slave woman.
It could be.
But it's also his son.
It could be. But what I'm tripping off right now is John says Jesus like, unless you see signs and wonders, you will not believe. That's what Jesus said to the centurion. Wait, I thought the centurion had the greatest faith out of all of Israel. The official said to him, sir, come down before my little boy dies. So he's begging Jesus. Jesus said to him, go, your son will live. Is this the same person?
I don't think so.
It is. It says it.
It can't be.
It's the centurion's son in Capernaum. The man believed the word that Jesus spoke to him and started on his way. As he was going down, his slaves met him and told him that his child was alive. When he heard that Jesus come from Judea, he went. So the centurion is talking to Jesus himself here. As he was going down, his slaves met him and told him that his child was alive. So he asked them the hour when he began to recover, and they said to him, yesterday at 1 p.m, the fever left him. The father realized that this was the hour when he was. Did they have watches back then?
Does this count as journalism? Were they just getting stories? Because these are different conversations.
It was about 1 o'clock. Like, can you imagine that? Like, at 1 p.m, the fever left him. The father realized that this was the hour when Jesus had said to him, your son will live. The reason why I'm tripping is because you like out in the fucking wilderness. You out in the wilderness and you know it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
That's crazy.
How? How, Sway?
Check the shadows.
Is that how they told time back then?
You can.
You can tell that it's 1 o'clock by a shadow.
Like you could tell when it's like high noon, because like there's not a shadow that's being cast. Rhea knows this because
shadows don't cast at high noon at 1 o'clock.
Like it depends on where you are. Like you know, at a certain. That's how people used to tell time back then. Like depending on where your shadow is cast, what direction, they would say like you know what hour it is.
Like, could they be precise? Like 1 o'clock is what I'm asking, or is
They're
it?
just in the hour,
Yeah,
really.
it's like a range.
It's
Good
just like in
range.
the
Yeah,
hour of it.
that's what I'm tripping off. They are precise. It was at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That I'm trying to figure out like how they know that.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's what don't make sense to me. Um, but saying 1 o'clock just sound weird to me. Your son will live. So he himself believed along with his whole household. That doesn't even make any sense. So he's by himself. He went to go and talk to Jesus by himself. He's like, hey, my son is sick. And Jesus says, unless you see signs and wonders, you will not believe. Why did he respond to him like that? Both instances of the Greek word for you are plural?
Who was listening to the conversation? Like that's like which one of these is correct?
Right. Uh, yeah. I'm trying to figure out. He says he went and begged him to come down and heal his son, for he was at the point of death. Then Jesus said to him, unless you see signs and wonders, you will not believe. Then the official said, sir, I just the, the official said, sir, come down before my little boy dies. He like, stop fucking playing. Come down before my little boy dies. Jesus said to him, go, your son will live. The man believed the word that Jesus spoke to him and started on his way. He believed before because he wasn't playing with Jesus. He's like, why are you wasting my time? Like Theologos, I actually don't bring up anyone other than host and Christians on Saturday. And so he's saying, like, why are you wasting my time? So he obviously believed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's no reason for Jesus to be saying, unless you see signs and wonders, you would not believe. I would have got irritated with Jesus too. Yeah. And then, so he asked them the hour, blah, blah, blah. The father realized that this was the hour when Jesus said to him, your son will live. So he himself believed along with his whole household. Now, this was the second sign that Jesus did after coming from Judea to Galilee. So Jesus did do signs, Christians.
Why am I seeing this as a church stage play?
Probably because I said, sir. Like, because that's how it's written. That's how it's written. But the fact that, like when it says he believed along with his whole household, is this supposed to be the moment that he becomes a Christian? After Jesus heals? Because if so, if this is when it says, so he believed along with his whole household, Jesus healing his son is what made his whole household become believers. Why isn't Jesus doing that today?
But didn't Paul say there won't be any signs?
Where did he say that?
I could have sworn he said that.
That's what Hebrew Israelites be telling you. God ain't talking like he was talking. God said there won't be no more signs and wonders, and he ain't talking like that no more. And every time I ask them, like, where are you getting this from? They usually go to some scripture in the Old Testament. I can't remember what it was, but they never read far enough down to see that he does say he ain't gonna talk no more. And then a couple of verses down, he goes, I'm back. And then he starts talking to them again. Like he takes back what he's saying. And so like I don't see any I'm not aware of any verses in the New Testament where Paul says there would not be any more. Like are you talking about like healing signs?
I'm just gonna research and I'll get back to you.
Yeah, I live in the South, so I see Bible billboards all the time. I think you might just now be paying attention to him, Coochie. Y'all, should I do a reset? Because it looks like it's just us in here. I did that yesterday and it did not work. No, I haven't seen it. Can I pull it up? Oh, goodness. Let me see what this says. Hold on, let me see. What does it say, Bash? Todd Road. Is this the one that say one last ride? They got a lot of them. I don't know. What does it say, Bash? We have an abortion cemetery under one of them. Under Alabama Classic Billboard?
What?
All right, y'all. If you are a Christian or a believer in the God of the Bible, Saturday is all about you. There is no line. Don't be scared to come up and have a conversation. Of course, if you come up and act and ask, we gonna act and ask. But if you are civil, we're gonna be civil. What does it say, Bash?
It says, "Go to church or the devil will get you." And it's this huge billboard that's been on I-65 North for maybe like 30 years, maybe longer than that. And it's like the scariest, like, not scary, but it's like random and like weird. But it's like a pretty classic Alabama billboard. You know somebody's been to Alabama when they tell you about this sign.
Oh, it's not for the Alabama Classic.
No. It's
Oh,
it's just
okay.
like a classic. Yeah. Like,
Oh, I was
if
looking
you've
up the
ever been through
Alabama
Alabama.
Classic.
Oh, no.
I thought they were advertising Jesus for the Classic.
No. It's just, and it doesn't even tell you what church to go to. It's not like a church billboard. It just says, "Go to church or the devil will get you."
So the devil is rounding up people for church.
I guess.
That's like
I guess.
I mean, like that's what it sounds like his job is. That you know how they be like, "Daddy gonna get you."
Yeah.
Yeah, the devil gonna get you if you don't go to church.
Yeah. And that it's been out there. That sign been out there for. I'm like, who pays for that? Like, because it doesn't advertise any specific church. It just sit out there. I'm like, who's been paying for that long?
Probably the state. I saw a video. Like people don't think, but there was a man who said, "Atheists don't realize that atheism wouldn't exist if there wasn't a God." No, he said the word atheism wouldn't exist if there wasn't a God. And I'm like, what? Their minds don't
Yeah.
like telling people to go to church or the devil gonna get you is putting the devil on your God's team. Like he's doing the work to push people towards the house of God.
But then that's them the same people who will tell you that the devil don't bother non-believers because he already got them or
Yep.
something. You know what I'm saying? Like the devil, it's like you can't.
Yep, exactly. Kalu, you said you had a question.
Yeah, I found that verse, or where I'm assuming Paul said that the Jews won't. Well, there won't be any signs. I hope I'm correct.
Are you talking about signs of the coming or like miracles?
Just signs in general, because at one point, especially in the Old Testament, they were seeing a lot of signs, a lot of things coming to pass. But then it's
Well,
like
what-
that.
The Greeks desire wisdom and the Jews require sign.
Yes, that's where I'm at right now. 1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 20 to 25.
But the signs that the Jews required wasn't healings, though. Like we're talking about here the healing. Remember, Jesus told them that they were to do these types of things so that people would believe.
Okay, yep. Jesus did say that.
And unless Paul is saying something other than what Jesus said again there regarding the healing.
but but wouldn't Christ require the Jews to believe though? Or wouldn't the Jews need to believe though?
Well, it depends because remember, the God blinded the minds of the Jews so that they would reject Jesus, so the prophecy would be fulfilled. So I don't know. Baz, what do you think?
What the fuck is that?
Okay. This gonna sound convoluted as hell, but hear me out. Okay, Paul said that God blinded the eyes of the Jews.
Now, it's
Right.
like Isaiah said too.
Well,
Isaiah
that,
6:9.
yeah, Isaiah said it, but Paul said it referring to Jesus. I don't think Isaiah was talking about in the future. I think Isaiah was saying that right now their eyes are blind.
No, Yahweh tells Isaiah to intentionally blind their eyes.
Yeah, but I mean, at that point, blind their eyes. You get what I'm saying? Paul uses that same symbolism on his current day Jewish friends, and
yeah, he's
basically,
saying that that's why they deny Jesus.
right.
Yeah.
But he goes on to say like, oh, y'all don't get any signs, but Jesus himself said you get one sign. Right, you're gonna get this one sign, and that sign is the sign of Jonah.
But that's
But
the
Paul-
is that the sign of his coming though?
No, that was the sign of him being the like to believe in him, like to believe on him, right?
Him being in the belly of a whale?
Being in the belly of the earth, just as Jonah was in the belly of the whale, so shall the Son of Man be in the earth.
How is that a sign?
That's what he said it was.
But how?
I'm just telling you what he said.
If they don't believe he is the Son of Man and just him being on earth, that's the sign for the Jews?
That's what he said. Yeah. And then Paul said that they shouldn't have gotten any signs, which is weird to me. Never mind, I ain't gonna get into that. Never mind. But Paul said they didn't get any signs and that they wasn't gonna get no signs in 1 Corinthians.
But
the
then-
Jews were not gonna get any signs.
But then here in John, Jesus, this was his second sign, him healing the centurion's son. John says this is his second sign. So
But-
he did give them signs. He
Yeah,
gave
but
them
notice
two
that-
here.
But notice that Paul said they didn't get none. Paul never talked about Jesus doing any healing anywhere.
Right.
Yeah, Paul don't talk about none of that. Paul don't talk about none of that. And so they say Paul was writing before the Gospels.
Right. But is Paul talking to the Jews, or is he saying there won't be any signs anymore, ever?
No, he was saying in general, that this isn't wisdom and it doesn't come with a sign. It did 1 Corinthians, right? Because he was talking about like the foolishness of preaching and blah 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 blah. And he was saying like y'all don't believe me because I don't have all these signs and it doesn't sound smart. But you're not gonna get any signs, and it's not gonna sound smart.
But Paul was healing. Like people, when Paul would walk, his shadow would heal people.
In the book of Acts, that's the case. Paul never said that.
Right. But so you're okay. So you're switch. You are combining textual criticism, right, and the story. So that I think that's where I'm getting confused because I'm not looking at it through a textual critic lens right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not in the Gospels, like if you read Acts, Luke, Luke Acts, yeah, Paul was a magician. But when Paul starts talking about himself, and Paul likes to talk about himself, right? And he never says, remember the time I walked by and I was healing bitches? He just never says that. And he really likes himself. He gonna open up every letter with how great Paul is. And he never says, remember when I was just healing people with my shadow?
But does Paul ever talk about him healing people though?
No, not in any of his epistles. No.
Who wrote Philippi?
Philippians. Oh, well, maybe. Who did he heal in Philippians? We just read Philippians. Who did he heal in
I
Philippians?
command thee in the name of Jesus Christ to come out of her. He cast a demon out of a slave.
In the book of Philippians?
At no, I'm sorry. That's at Philippi.
Oh, in the book of what?
That's Acts. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's Luke. That's Luke. Yeah. So in Acts, he gets busy, but he didn't write Acts.
Hold on. What book are you reading, Kalu?
First Corinthians, I think, what he was talking about.
Okay. What does he say? Second Corinthians.
First Corinthians,
No,
I
I'm
think.
talking. What does Paul say? Second Corinthians 2:12. And when I came to Troas to proclaim, hold on, is it 12:12, not 2:12. 2 Corinthians 12:12. He says, I have been a fool. You forced me to it. Indeed, you should have been the ones commending me, for I am not at all inferior to these super apostles, even though I am nothing. The signs of an apostle were performed among you with utmost patience, signs and wonders and mighty works. How have you been worse off than the other churches, except that I myself did not burden you? Forgive me, this is wrong. So he's saying that they did signs and wonders among them. Let's see, it says Romans 15:19. Let me see what that says. Oh, I closed the damn thing down. Hold on. Romans 15. I'm gonna start at 14. I myself feel confident about you, my brothers and sisters, that you yourselves are full of goodness, filled with all knowledge, and able to instruct one another. Nevertheless, on some points I have written to you rather boldly by the way of reminder, because of the grace given to me by God to be a minister of Christ Jesus to the Gentiles and the priestly service of the gospel of God, so that the offering of the Gentiles may be acceptable, sanctified by the Holy Spirit. In Christ Jesus, then I have reason to boast of my work for God. For I will not be so bold as to speak of anything except what Christ has accomplished through me to win obedience from the Gentiles by word and deed, by the power of signs and wonders, by the power of the Spirit, so that from Jerusalem and as far around as
Right.
Illyricum, I have
That's
fully,
yeah. I'm saying, yeah, that's how I would say it too.
I have fully proclaimed the gospel of Christ. Thus, I make it my ambition to proclaim the gospel, not where Christ has already been named, so that I do not build on someone else's foundation. But as it is written, those who have never been told of him shall see, and those who have never heard of him shall understand. So he does say that he did signs.
Well, in First Corinthians, if you read the whole First Corinthians chapter 1, he lays out this whole idea about that the sign that I say just read it again. The power of God to him, the sign of God is that he preaches. That is his sign. Like it's the gospel is his sign. The fact that he's preaching this is his sign. But like he doesn't talk about because he says like the Jews require a sign, that the Greeks want wisdom, and that's why this is a stumbling block to the Jews. Now maybe he's saying that he did something among some Gentiles, but again, Paul really, really likes Paul. If Paul had healed anybody, again in First Corinthians, he tell you, I didn't baptize nobody except for, and then he lists all the people he baptized. Right? If Paul had done anything like that, we couldn't have shut him up.
What verse does he say that they only get one sign?
Oh, that's Jesus who said they get one sign.
Oh, well, so he says, for Jews ask for signs and Greeks desire wisdom, but we proclaim Christ crucified, a stumbling block to Jews and foolishness to Gentiles.
Right.
But to
Right.
those who are
he's saying to the Jews.
right, but he's not saying that they won't get signs here though. Because he's also
what he's
saying
saying
that
is
the Greeks desire wisdom, and I know he's not saying that the Greeks won't have wisdom.
No, he's saying that what he's preaching isn't wisdom. What he's saying is what I have to offer you is the gospel. This is
Right.
going to be
I'm
foolishness to the
saying,
Greeks.
right. He says, for Jews ask for signs, and the Greeks desire wisdom. And then he goes, but we proclaim Christ crucified. And he says,
Right.
this is a stumbling block to
the
Jews and foolishness to Gentiles, because so the stumbling block to the Jews is the fact that they ask for signs. And it's a stumbling block to to Gentiles because they desire wisdom, so it's foolishness to
Yes.
them. And he says,
Yes.
but to those who are the called, both Jews and Greeks, Christ, the power of God, and the wisdom of God. For God's
Yes.
foolishness is wiser than human wisdom, and God's weakness is stronger than human strength.
Yes. And he goes on to talk about the foolishness of preaching, right? Like in his world, the power of God is just the gospel. It's the power to everyone that will believe it. Right? That's all he got, at least in First Corinthians. Now maybe he switches it up somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe switch up somewhere else. Keep in mind, Paul all over the place. But he lays this out in that first chapter, first two chapters of First Corinthians. He goes all into it about the fact that like y'all looking for something that's not necessary. All you need to know is Jesus was crucified. That's all I preach among you. That's all you'll ever hear me talk about.
Yeah, I don't. I believe that. I know that he was big on the gospel. I'm still not convinced that he was saying that there wouldn't be no healings or demons being cast out. That
Oh,
wouldn't make any sense.
I'm not saying that he said that. I'm saying that he didn't say that he did that.
Yeah, because Luke wrote
Yeah.
Acts. Yeah.
Yeah. And Luke wrote Acts, even at like in its earliest, like giving the most conservative of dates, that book don't show up to 30 years after Paul dead.
Yeah, that I agree with that. But what we were talking about, like, is through the lens of the story, not the textual criticism or like the historical dates of when the books was written. Because I think that confuses, like, depending on what lens you're looking at it, they're looking at it at that time. If we look at the whole story and not think about when each book was written, it doesn't. For me, it doesn't make sense. I don't forgot what the point that we was making. What that shit? What the fuck was? Oh, John. When John was saying that Jesus had done two signs at that time, and that was healing the centurion. One of the two signs that he had done was healing the centurion slave. And I was saying when Christians say that they can't do signs because when we were like, well, ask your God to heal such and such right now, and they say it don't work like that. You're not supposed to ask for a sign. There, Jesus is literally doing signs right there. Right, he's providing signs so that they can believe because the centurion and his whole household believes after Jesus does that. You see what I'm saying? Looking at it through the lens of how a Christian would look at it, not through textual criticism.
Yes. I hate it wrong, but yes, I do see what you're saying. Hold on one second. I was trying.
Y'all, can somebody see if we're on the FYP? Because I think it's just us in here. And if not, like if we just do it, have a research live, I'm good with that too. Remember to check from a like a backup account that you haven't engaged with this live with. Bash is too busy for verses and vibe. He sit down for like 2 seconds.
I swear. I'm literally. I just got back into the room. I've got to go back out in about 40 minutes. Go back and do a show. I'm in South Carolina right now.
My daughter, y'all, I missed her show.
Oh dang.
Wait, what?
They moved her up 30 fucking minutes. When I got there, she was wrapping up. Yeah, I was mad.
I was talking about Matthew 12. I think 38 through 42. I think.
38 through 42. Then some of the scribes and Pharisees said to him, "Teacher, we wish to see a sign from you." But he answered them, an evil and adulterous generation asks for a sign, but no sign will be given to it except the sign of the prophet Jonah. For just as Jonah was 3 days, he's talking about him going to hell, 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the sea monster. So for 3 days and 3 nights, the Son of Man will be in the heart of the earth. Okay, not on earth, but in Hades.
In the heart of Earth.
The people of Nineveh will rise up at the judgment with this generation and condemn it, because they repented at the proclamation of Jonah, and indeed something greater than Jonah is here. The queen of the south will rise up at the judgment with this generation and condemn it, because she came from the ends of the earth to listen to the wisdom of Solomon, and indeed something greater than Solomon is here. So he's saying that the only sign that the Jews are going to get is him going to Hades for 3 days.
That's what he said right there. But then in John, you just said he did 2 signs.
Yeah, he did 2 signs.
And he told him to do signs so that people would believe. I gotta make a quick phone call. I'll be right back.
But yeah, it doesn't make any sense. But I know that the next time a believers tell me they can't do the sign, I'm gonna take them to John. That's what I was talking about. I'm gonna take them to John. Like here, right here. Did anybody check to see if on the FYP?
What you bumping?
One little monkey jumping on the bed.
Okay.
One fell off, it bumped his head.
That's
But
that
you
old
can't
school shit.
check from you got to check from a backup account. You can't check from an account that you are using to subscribe to my live. I will be on your FYP. I'm not on there on the backup. Okay. Thank you, anybody. All right, y'all. Let me try one reset, and then if it doesn't work, we'll do a research live. I'll be right back.
Three things I wish I knew after going broke several
Hey, Joshua. What's up, Nelly Nell?
Hey.
All right, y'all. Let's see if we can get on the FYP. It's crazy how Saturdays be so different than in the week. You said wrong live, Ozo. Why did we start talking about that? The healing thing. Oh, reading the Capernaum thing. The centurion. Yeah, that's interesting. The fact that it's 3 different versions. The John's version is the most interesting to me. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for sharing the live. Make sure that they are authentic, because TikTok will snitch. If they think that we're using false engagement, they'll downrank the live. Welcome in. We're looking to talk to Christians today, people who believe in the God of the Bible. You could be 18 and up. What's up? Happy Pride. Yesterday you said you had a research question, Kalu. What was it?
Oh yes, yes. There was a time when we were reading, and we were reading the parable of the 10 pounds. But then, I was reminded about the parable of the talents. Now, when I looked at GreekCenter.com for Luke, I realized like there was a difference, right? Particularly in the end. In Matthew, he doesn't say, slaughter anybody, but in Luke he does. But then on GreekCenter.com, it seems like the Luke verse kind of meshes with the Matthew verse. Let me just go back to it. I'm sorry. I had
The
it
end
pulled
of
up.
it?
Yeah, the end of it. Luke 19.
I am saying to you all that everyone that will be having which verse meshes with the ending?
Hold on, I'm looking it up right now. I had it up yesterday.
Let's see. However, enemies of me, these the ones not having wanted me to reign over them, bring here and strike down them before me. So you talking about the part that says, and the useless slave cast out into the darkness. Out of there would be weeping and gnashing of teeth. That looks like that was added.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
that was
Looks like that
added.
was added.
Mm-hmm.
And then the main question is, are those stories similar? Like, is that the same?
I think it's the same typology, but I don't think they're meant to be the same parable. Because one is the parable of the 5 talents. This one is the parable of 10 mina and the nobleman leaving and coming back and punishing his slaves. I think in the one in Matthew, he just like rewards the two, and then he takes from the one, gives it to the two, and then he sends that one off to get punished. And I think it ends there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The one in Luke is a little bit more detailed. I think like it's about not wanting the master to rule over them. Like I think they had different purposes. Like he puts his slaves in charge here and delegates tasks to them. The citizens don't like the master. It does it say that in the one in Matthew? And the
I'm pulling up the what's it called? I'm pulling up the Luke verse right now, and then I'm pulling up the Matthew verse as well. Okay, 27, verse 27. Oh, what's up, little man?
somebody's kid got their phone.
And then Matthew.
My ass done typed in parable of 5 tablets. Hey Renee. Matthew 25, 14
25,
through
yeah.
30.
30.
Let's see, for it is as if a man going on a journey summoned his slaves and entrusted his property to them. To one he gave 5, then he went away. The one who received talents, but the one who received, I'm just gonna do a skim. After a long time, the master of slaves came and settled the accounts. 5 talents, blah blah blah. Talents. I was afraid. reap what I sow, then I'll have to invest in my money, take the one from him. For those who are more, as for this worthless slave, throw him into the outer darkness where he'll be weeping and gnashing of teeth. I think,
Yeah, verse 30. Yeah, verse 30 is similar to what's in the Greek Center verse, but in the NRSVU, it's not even there. The weeping and gnashing of teeth part.
and Matthew is not there.
In Luke, if you go to Bible Gateway NRSVU,
Oh yeah, Luke.
it
Yeah,
doesn't say that. So
yeah, because it wasn't in the original
Hmm.
copy of Luke. It was added 375 and Papyri 5.
But when was it taken out? Because why is it not?
What do you mean
in-
taken out? It was
Like, why
never
is it
in
not
Luke.
in the? Oh,
Yeah, it was never in the original copy of Luke.
ah,
A scribe added that in the year 375, and I think they were thinking that Luke's parable was the same as Matthew's parable, and so they were probably trying to reconcile the two. So they
Okay.
added it, yeah. Which is why they say it's a homoarcton, where a scribe was trying to basically reconcile. But like they are similar, but I think Luke had a different agenda with his parable.
fear. Or
Well,
like,
it was more so about Jesus being rejected, right? Him punishing those that rejected him, and punishing the ones that say that they are his slaves but didn't do enough work, rewarding the ones that did do work with the same reward, taking away from those that did little or had little and giving it to those that did a lot. So like Luke's parable has a different agenda than Matthew's. So I think because they are similar, that's why they was trying to reconcile them. But the NRSVUE will, if they see that it wasn't in the oldest one, they'll take it out of the Bible.
they cut that shit right out.
Yeah,
Appreciate that. Thank you.
you're welcome. But double check, like keep looking for an answer for that. All right, y'all. I am trying my best to get us on the FYP. I don't know what the fuck is happening. Last Saturday, the Saturday before last, when we did a Saturday Live, we were able to get to Gym Park. I don't know.
Yeah, the FYP seems to be a struggle.
On Saturdays, like I guess it depends on what's happening. Like people might be out celebrating some shit. Like did the Knicks win or has that game happened
It's
yet?
the World Cup, Brazil and
The World Cup is
Monaco.
today.
Yeah, it's till the 19th of July. Yeah,
A lot of people watch
Brazil and
soccer.
Morocco playing. Globally, yes. A lot of folks in other regions, but soccer fans tend to be religious as well. So I'm assuming everybody's just watching sports at the
And
moment.
the Knicks are on tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the final game? Like what is it?
It could be, from my
It
understanding.
could be.
Knicks could win.
Yeah.
Okay, I saw a video where a guy was saying that he was going to sue the NBA because of magnet balls. Like what?
Magnet balls. What?
Something about a
What does that
magnet
mean?
ball.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know. That's what he was saying. Like he was so mad he was shaking, but he said he gonna sue the NBA.
Well, we have a NBA expert on panel now. Hopefully, he can clear some things up.
Yeah, they put magnets in the balls so that they can affect whether or not they go in.
Hallelujah.
That's why Kobe Bryant doesn't have 6 rings, to be honest. It's been going on for a long time. Long time.
Lord, this man was mad. Like he literally said that he was gonna sue the NBA.
Good luck.
Yeah, and he was shaking so bad. I thought the Knicks lost the way he was shaking. Like he was pissed.
Wait, so he's not even an athlete.
No.
He's a fan.
Yeah, he's a fan.
Just a regular citizen.
Mm-hmm. Y'all, TikTok is telling me I need more interaction in the live. Like, they are being stingy than a motherfucker. I think they want y'all to jump up and down with y'all's fucking phone and try to like cartwheel into the chat. Like, I don't know what the fuck TikTok wants in order to push the live out. But it said I need more interaction. I don't know what they want. I don't know. Y'all already at 27,000 likes, 117 shares. Like, I have no idea. They gonna make us work to get to their audience. That's crazy as hell. Right, dude? Look at the cartwheel. All right. If you aren't Christian, the guest box is open. A believer in the God of the Bible or a Christian, 18 and up. I saw Mac Baker, whatever the hell his name is. I saw him coming here. That Kalu, what songs do that person sing that was on Mama Bash panel today?
What do you mean by that?
The guy that was verified on Mama Bash's panel that they were saying he's a rapper. Were you up there?
Oh, okay. That was okay. I had just came back from playing soccer. So I missed
Oh,
it.
you wasn't up there.
Yeah.
You chilling today?
You
I
said
said you
what?
not. I said you chilling today. You not turned up like you was yesterday. You were turned up yesterday.
Well, I just started.
I know. I said you
Uh,
relax. You look good. I just want to let you know that I came up here to say how beautiful you was.
Thank you. I just started. I didn't. I don't have a reason to be turned up right now.
Okay, that's what it is. I was like, she's so calm. She like she ain't turned up yet.
What y'all got against people cussing
No, I don't got
motherfuckers
nothing.
out?
I don't got nothing against you. Listen, I like you. I think
No,
you're one of the most intelligent people on this app.
yeah, but I'm saying like people always commenting on our emotions or like if we get angry or irritated, like it's normal. Like
I
it's
think
almost like
that's the
people have
alpha in
never
you.
seen, huh?
That's the alpha female in you. You're the alpha.
No, what?
Yeah.
No, why do
Yeah.
y'all call women females all the time?
No, a woman. You're a woman though. I'm just saying.
But you
I'm a
said
male.
female. But you said
Yeah, I'm a
female.
male. I'm a male. I'm a male though. It's not like what like the dudes be doing when they get upset and they get in their feelings and they pissed off because woman, she's smarter than her, got more education than they do. They just whack. I don't do that. I'm about love.
But it's not alpha female in me.
Yeah.
Like that
Who
doesn't
you?
make any sense. No.
If I put you in a
Like
room with a bunch,
that's you trying to call me masculine. That's
no, no,
what
no,
you're
no,
trying
no,
to
no,
do.
no, no,
When
no.
you
You
say
feminine.
alpha female, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's you trying to say. First off, I think when a man does that, they're trying to take credit, right, for a woman's intelligence, her ability to stand on her ability to stand on her ground. That's what men do. Hold on. That's what men do. Men use logic. Men are assertive. Men do this. So when she does that, that's alpha. That's male. That's masculine. Women don't do that. That's not feminine. Like that's what it sounds like you're doing.
No. What I mean by this is that out of the top females, out of the top women, how about that? So I want to say that. I want to
Yeah,
get you
because
upset.
like a female is a tree. A female it could be an
What to you?
elephant. Yeah, a tree could be female.
Oh, okay. Well, I do like this. Out of the women on TikTok that excels, that stands out, they aura, you can see their presence. You can feel their presence when you don't have to even say anything. When they walk around, you can just feel their presence. The way they speak, you can feel their presence, their elegance. That what I'm talking about. Certain women just got it, and nothing you could do about it. You know it when you just go. You can feel it. You go around them, the way they talk. You're not gonna handle them a certain way. You're gonna address them a certain way. They're gonna check you if you don't address them a certain way. That's what I'm
Look
talking
at
about.
Oso and Kalu.
So now you know what I'm talking about. Now, I just come up here for a second because I want to talk to you. That's it. I'm gonna dip out.
All right, thank you, Mac. Have a
Stay
good one.
strong.
You sound ugly, nigga.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Dudette.
Also, happy birthday, Lex. But happy birthday, Dudette.
Today is Lex's birthday too.
Yeah, we're gonna do a little birthday shenanigans live later on.
Is she in here?
She might be. Lex, if you in here, stand up.
Dudette, aren't you supposed to be like out, relaxing, getting spas and all that today?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, you just got home. Did you have fun? Did you enjoy yourself? You finna go out again? That's what's up. Have a lot of fun, do that. Party like a rock star.
Damn. Dudette finally turned 30. Time flies.
Y'all, I don't think we're gonna get any we're not gonna bust out of here today. Everybody's watching the World Cup or the Knicks game. So what do y'all wanna do?
I mean, I guess we could do like an NFL mock draft if you want.
No.
Okay.
NFL
You want to talk about the different type of trees you like?
No.
Yeah, fuck it.
Also,
Okay.
no. What do y'all want to do? Who got questions? Who got stuff they want to research?
Stephanie on it. Bring Dudette up and throw some money at her.
Mm-hmm.
You said what?
Bring Dudette up and throw some money at her.
She wants to wait till Sunday. She's getting ready to go out, so we're gonna do that on Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah, Sunday night. That's something that I would have to be prepared for. Like that, I got to go outside of the Bible for that. Lowen.
Oh, I thought you was talking about the dance off.
What dance off?
Rick's images suggested a dance off.
Oh, y'all, I ain't talking about shit like that. That's a also live.
What you trying to say? Hold on.
Cause you like shit like that.
Nah, bro. She playing in my face, man. See, this is why I don't be around no more.
You
Let's
do
sit
like
right
shit
here now.
like
Y'all was
that.
wondering? They could be tearing me up, boy. My hind parts. I can't even sit down most of the day.
You trying to tell me you don't? You didn't get notified about the live? That's crazy. Yeah, like I don't know why, but it's only us in here. It's the regulars in here. It's not pushing us out to the FYP. I can tell, like, I can see the people that come into the live, and it's like really slow. So we're not being pushed out right now. I don't know. I think they're pushing everybody to maybe World Cup or content about the Knicks game, or I don't know. I'm pretty sure the World Cup and the NBA pay for a lot of advertising or a lot of traffic during this time.
Absolutely.
You said 8:00. It's already 8:00 on the East Coast.
And
Who's
Hades about
live
to
right
play.
now? Huh?
Sorry.
Who is?
And Hades about to play.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. So Jay Gilmore's live, Empress is live, Afro Atheist is live.
Can I say something controversial?
What?
I think milk go before the cereal.
How does that honor the Lord?
How does that honor the Lord also?
Let's just say it just does. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. Fuck it.
Also gonna make me manifest up here. He gonna make my like I swear he gonna make me start like twitching like a motherfucker up in here.
You ain't got to call the folks. I'm just being honest.
You said what?
Said they ain't got to call the peoples. Okay, no policia. Just being honest. I like that gift so much. Wait, that means I was being nice to Mac Baker for nothing. He needed to stay up for a conversation.
So Leo, I'm only bringing up Christians today, love. We're trying to get. Damn. Hold on, my microphone went out. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we're trying to get a conversation going to see if we can get on the FYP, and see if we can help the AI with SEO, which that last conversation that we had should have been able. Oh, you said that's okay. I took you out once and then it put you right back in. Yeah, trying to see if we can get a conversation going. So, like, is there anything that anybody wants to research that we can research live? Keyshawn McKenzie, are you a Christian or are you a friendly? TikTok is throwing people in the guest requests. How do people do Christian only lives? I cannot stand that.
They're kind of fun.
I mean, they're too scary. Like, they're not consistent enough. And, like, I don't...
I mean, yeah, it's true, but I don't know. It's kind of like when it rains, it pours kind of thing.
Like, your whole
Sometimes
life
it be-
depends on them, though. Like, the success of your life depends on them being willing to talk to you about the topics, about the things that you want to talk about.
That's fair. I mean, I suppose it helps if you just put something about Adam and Eve in the prompt.
Yeah, but then what the fuck are you learning from that? The same shit? It's like, if you just want to, like if your goal is to just like talk to Christians and like laugh, right? But I'm seriously trying to have like conversations with them. So I got shit that I'm trying to figure out as far as like their behavior and like how it affects society, how like why they do certain things, and then also raise awareness about things. And then the things that I learned, like critical thinking, like thought exercises or deep conversations. And it's difficult to do that with a Christian only live. Because most of them don't read their book, and a lot of them are scared to approach these types of topics because having a thought, Jesus has turned thinking into a sin when it comes to him. And so having a thought that makes them go, oh, wait, that can't be true, it scares the shit out of them. And so they rather stay away from it. And so I don't see how that could be like consistently successful.
Yeah, I think that there's a Venn diagram when it comes to like people that are believers and also people with like a lot of, or like the ability to like actually introspect, and like it's a very small kind of, middle ground, I guess you could say. Overlap, I guess, would be a better way to say that. Between the two. I don't know. Like, and I feel like honestly, you can exist in that space for very long. I think maybe that
I
might play a
think
role
I think
into
it
it.
depends on what your goal is, though, right? Because like if you do the same topic over and over and over again, something like the garden, right?
Hmm.
I think you could have success with that if your goal is only to talk to Christians for like entertainment purposes.
Hmm.
Like how many different conversations can you have about the Adam and Eve story? And like
Absolutely.
so, but you like let me say it like this: you can have a lot of different conversations. A lot of people have created their own narratives of this story. You'll hear some wild shit, and it'll be funny.
Hmm.
But how often would you be able to take them out of the garden and talk about other shit that really, really matters if you start with the garden story?
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I'm mostly just saying, it's already, those are easier because of the volume of people that you'll be able to get from those conversations. Just because, they learn that shit from childhood. They think they have a mastery of it. They put their own little flourishes on it. You know what I mean? But at least they know that. But, going throughout the book and really pulling stuff and thinking about how that's reflected in you or the lessons that you've been taught, either consciously or subconsciously, like the ability to have like a meaningful conversation, especially about something that most of them being believers don't put a whole lot of time and effort into, like the why they believe what they believe kind of deal. I don't know. I mean, it's not like they're not out there, and it's not like it's not a good group of them, but just like statistically, you're gonna more than likely run into a fucking Dr. Barber more so than like somebody that's able to like actually have an extensive conversation where it's kind of a give and take or pull and push kind of thing
I
for
mean,
real.
Justin gets them all the time. That's what I'm saying. So it's not impossible. Justin gets them all the time, but also Justin
Yeah,
is arguing the existence of the God, and that'll pull
also
people
true.
in. And it's mostly like philosophy. Like
Right.
he does a good job at being able to get them into the Bible. But the conversations on whether the God exists irritates the fuck out of me. It really
Yeah.
bores the fuck out of me because to me that isn't the most important thing. Like hold on, it bores me to be a part of the conversation. Let me say that they're
Hmm.
interesting to listen to sometimes, but I can't listen to them for too long. But the like to me it does what like how does the God not existing or the God existing like what how does that change anything? Like I don't understand why people focus on that so much. I also don't understand why so many people think that like who are believers think that just because something created you that means you have to worship it. That to me doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah. Authoritarian kink.
Because that's what they always say. He's your creator. He's your creator. You don't have a choice. And it's like, why don't I have a choice? Like, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah. And also, if you created me so damn bad, why you ain't came to my birthday party? Hmm?
Can Sam Gucci, can you send your God an invitation to Oso's birthday party?
Please. I'm turning 23.
So Oso can believe in him? But seriously, like every time they say that, I just be wondering, like it's cringy when they say, I mean, who do you think created us? Well, he's our creator. And it's like, so? What the fuck does that mean? What if the devil had created you? Would you worship it? Would you worship the devil if the devil was the creator?
What if your 23andMe came back and you were actually 5.8% Nephilim?
Y'all, how is Judas the devil's son?
That's a great question.
Like, who is the devil's wife? Or who did the devil have sex with? Like, Jesus is the son of God. Judas is the son of the devil. Who's the mama?
That's another really, really good question.
And don't that mean either way God's your granddaddy?
That is, yeah.
God's whose granddaddy?
Your granddaddy.
Oh,
How would he be my granddaddy?
I mean, when I say yo, I mean Judas, yeah.
Because it's the devil, the son of God?
right.
Did God not put him into his mother's womb to betray his son?
The devil?
God?
No, how does that make him his granddaddy? I'm so confused. Oh, sorry.
Oh, wait. Actually, you know what?
What? I'm
Disregard.
about to
Don't
take
worry about it.
his ass
Disregard.
down.
Disregard.
I don't know what you're
Because
talking
I was
about.
thinking about this is your granddaddy.
Oh,
And I just didn't
right.
say it. But I was thinking it, and it's just my fault. Yeah, nah, never mind. But yeah, what you said for sure.
Right.
What?
Wait, yeah, the devil's God's son. Duh.
I don't like Oso.
Wait,
The
hold on.
devil's God's son.
But
The
also,
he's
devil
the
is
son of
the
the
devil
devil.
is God's son.
yeah, Oso's
I
kind
mean,
of
if
making
Jesus
a point,
is,
low key.
But Jesus isn't the I'm talking about in the story. Jesus isn't the devil in the story. In the story, Judas is the son of perdition. He's the son of destruction. That's supposed to be the devil. So, like, how? How?
the devil daddy is God, though, right?
Right.
I don't know.
Right?
How? How is the
Because
devil?
how was the devil created?
That doesn't make him his son. Are you the son of the God?
I mean, he didn't like hand make me. There was a couple other
I mean,
components in
in the
action. I
belief system
assumed.
of the believer, right?
Okay.
The God created you too. So are you a son of God? Does that make you a son because he created you?
I'm a coworker.
Are the animals sons because he created them?
That's are the animal sons? You know, when you say like that, like I get where you're coming from. I do. But it's like I'm just stuck on like how was the devil created?
He was an
I'm
angel. Like according to their story, he was an angel,
Mhm.
right? And so are the angels sons of the God? Or are they just
I'm
angels? Are
assuming
they just
so.
servants?
Like
Are
what
the
does
demons sons?
what does angel reproduction look like? You
I
get
don't
what I'm
think
saying?
I don't think there's reproduction. I think he just makes them. Remember, Jesus says there's no husband and wife in heaven, and so according to them, you can't fuck without being married.
So he could just make beings.
Well, he just made Adam. He
Right.
made them on the first day. It says he made the whole entire host of heaven on the first day. So he made the angels on the first day.
Yeah, I'm gonna argue the Pinocchio president. Geppetto was Pinocchio's father, so yeah, I'm gonna have to say that God is Satan's daddy.
I want to be a real serpent.
Oh my God. I'm trying to be serious.
I'm dead ass though. I'm for real. Like if that works that way, I think it works that same way. I think because the only reason why I would argue that like animals and people can't be his sons is because we have like literal moms and dads. But like when it comes to them, they don't have that shit. Adam and Eve didn't have that shit. So like you could say, yeah, those are. Should I even say Jesus isn't actually his son? Because, well, yeah, I guess you can say technically, yeah, he counts. But I'm just saying, if we're going off of like beings that he made, like actually, then I don't see why he wouldn't count as a son.
I found out about Isaac. Isaac might be, this is just my interpretation. Isaac might be the Lord's son as well.
What?
Yo, what's up, man?
Why the fuck we keep getting these dang babies in here? God damn.
What's that, man?
What do you mean Isaac might be the Lord's son?
Okay. Now, it's like, remember when it said the Lord visited Sarah? Well, that's what it says in King James. Sorry. The Lord dealt with Sarah and she was with child. Like he visited her in the tent and then she got pregnant.
Yeah. What the Jewish tradition is that because Sarah and Abraham were tum-tums.
They were what? I'm sorry?
They were androgynous. They were intersex. That's why they were barren. So when the God told Abraham to circumcise himself, Abraham created himself a penis. And then when the God dealt with Sarah, he made her a vagina. Isaiah 56, Isaiah 56, 3 and 4, I think it is. Hold on, let me pull it. Says, look to your father. Hold on, let me say it.
Thinker, my brain is exploding. Wait a minute, slow down.
Dingling, I choose you.
54.
How do you just say that and then just continue?
Because that's the
forward?
Jewish tradition. I done told y'all this before. We done went over the tum-tums before.
I probably wasn't there.
Huh?
I probably wasn't there.
Talked about it a lot.
He didn't start paying attention until I told him to.
Yeah, probably. He's probably right. But I this would be in my head, this intersex thing, Abraham and Sarah. It would be like it is now. It's imprinted in my mind now. I'm never gonna forget this.
It is Isaiah 51. That's what it is. I think it's Isaiah 51. Yeah, Isaiah 51, where it says, look to the rock from which you were hewn. That's Abraham. The rock is Abraham. From where you were hewn is his penis being created, and to the quarry from which you were dug, and that's Sarah, and her vagina was dug out. That's where the God made her vagina. Then it says, look to Abraham your father and to Sarah who bore you, for he was but one when I called him. He was one when I called him, but I blessed him and made him many. So that in the Midrash, there is a Jewish tradition where the rabbi says that Sarah and Abraham were intersex, and Abraham, when the God told Abraham to go into covenant with him, Abraham basically took his ambiguous genitalia and made himself a penis, and then the God did surgery on Sarah and made her a vagina, and that's how they were able to have Isaac. Yeah.
What the fuck?
That's why I laugh, because they hate intersex, they hate transgender people, but the patriarchs of their story were intersex. According to Jewish tradition.
I'm aware that I'm sorry. You wanted to burp? I apologize. I'm aware that they have multiple genders.
Yeah.
But like I didn't. Wow. This.
What I just read is Isaiah 51 2 through Isaiah 51 verse 2. And that was bad timing for you to burp like that?
Might have been drinking ginger ale or something.
I don't know.
I actually didn't mean that to come out in live. I apologize, guys.
Are you a Christian?
I would say I was brought up with Roman Catholic.
Yeah, I'm only looking to talk to
No, I'm
Christians.
not.
I'm only looking to talk to
No,
Christians.
I'm actually not.
I'm
I
not
don't
looking to
adopt.
talk to anybody but Christians today.
Well, let me
No,
adopt
you're
the
not a
same
Christian.
values.
You're not a
Okay,
Christian.
well,
I
I
don't
have
want you to
Christian
play like one.
values.
No, I'm not
Okay,
interested.
well, I hope most people have
No,
Christian values.
I'm not interested. Okay.
I know you're not.
All right. Have a good day. Okay.
Bye.
Oh God, I done followed him on accident.
That wasn't me that said that. But anyway, I will
Your
say
breath
goodbye.
stink. Your breath stink.
Yo, how do I unfollow? Oh, never mind.
Well,
There we go.
how does your breath stink? What do you eat?
I'm chewing Orbit. I didn't hear that. Also, I'm sorry.
Goodness gracious. This is reminding me why I do not do Christian only live. Mm-mm. Damn, I done messed up the Bible app. God. I think he made me burp. Shit. Mm-mm. Y'all, I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna last. I'm trying. Y'all know I'm not good at thinking of shit to small talk about.
So I'm just back to the Abraham and Isaac thing, just for a little bit. So in the story, when those men, the Lord visits, and then it's three men, and those three men, he says, "Hey, Lord, thank you for being here. Just rest a while. I'll wash your feet. I'll go grab some snacks." He goes in a tent, and then he asks Sarah to make some snacks, and then he comes back out with the snacks, and then they say like, "Yo, is that your wife over there?" And then he was like, "Yeah, that's my shorty." And then they said, "She'll be pregnant like in a little bit, like in like due season." And then they left, and then but Sarah was eavesdropping. She started laughing, and Abraham said the Lord asked him, "Why are you laughing?" And then Abraham asked her, "Yeah." The Lord said, "Why the fuck are you laughing?" And then she said, "Because I can't have kids." Did they know they were intersex? And then like,
Well, she was 90 at that time.
right, which is even crazier. I didn't even want to get into that biologically, but were they just presenting as a husband and a wife? I don't know if I'm making sense.
What are you saying? Because intersex people can still get married.
Okay, okay, that makes sense.
Like what are you asking?
Like, were they masculine presenting and feminine presenting?
So probably so. That I mean, intersex people are either masculine presenting or
Right,
yeah.
right.
So actually, this is what I could do. I'm gonna pull up the document on Amenhotep IV, who was intersex in real life. Give me a second. I gotta pull up my notes. Akhenaten, Akhenaten, whose real name was Amenhotep IV. He was intersex. He presented masculine in his face. Well, he kind of looked like he could go either way in the face, but masculine presenting in personality, should I say? But he had the reproductive organs of a female, and his body was female. Nefertiti, whose name was Semen Common, was also intersex and presented feminine. And so when he took over, he moved from Egypt to, I believe it's called Amarna. And he built himself a palace there. And him and Semen Common, also known as Nefertiti, lived there. And while he was on the throne, they didn't want anybody to know, basically, that he was intersex.
Interesting.
And so I think like some of the stories in the Bible, you can see the influence from actual history. Like they've taken stories of other people's lives, of other people's cultures and things like that, and have written their own narratives. So when I was studying the Midrash and reading about the 7 different genders and the tum-tums, and I came across the tradition of Abraham and Sarah being intersex, it made me think about Amenhotep IV and Semen Common, which is Nefertiti.
Oh my fucking God.
Yeah.
Is this not information everyone should know? Like,
Well, I don't think
from
they
the
want
church?
people to know. Rome did not like the intersex population. Rome saw a child being born as intersex as a omen from the gods that, you know, a sign of destruction or war or something was coming. So whenever they found out that a child was born intersex, they would take that child and put him in a crate, like nail him in a crate. They would get 24 virgins. They would do a ritual to Persephone, and then they would throw the child in the river to appease the gods. And so what parents started doing was hiding the fact that their children were born intersex, and then they started deciding the child's gender for them at birth really quickly, so to save their child's life.
Wait. Okay. How early in age were they grabbing these kids? Do you
At
know?
birth.
At birth.
Yeah.
So they could tell okay, well, wait a minute.
Yeah, they're born
So you
with
can
no
tell at birth.
genitalia or
Okay.
ambiguous
Right.
genitalia or both genitalia.
Right. Okay. That makes sense. Wow.
And so back then, so in ancient Israel, if a child was born intersex, they would not assign them a gender. And then the gender would start presenting itself around between age 8 to 12. And the way it would present itself would be phenotypically, like the body, and like personality wise. The intersex were known as sages. They were considered some of the highest, they were regarded as some of the highest among the Israelites. They were seen as, close to the gods in ancient Israel. The masculine or male presenting intersex couldn't go up to the Holocaust. Whenever they offered up the sacrifices during the festivals, they were not allowed to go with the men. But they couldn't stay with the women either. But they did classify them as women. And so even though they didn't their personal gender wasn't female. They were classified with the women. So the population of women always outranked the men because of these androgynous genders had to be
Yeah, because of
classified
that.
with the
Yeah.
women. Yeah.
That is so fascinating.
Yeah, it's crazy. The reason we have such low knowledge about it is because of Rome, though. Like Rome absolutely hated a intersex child being born. Like those children were not allowed to live.
Like my mind is processing all this right now, like as you're saying it, and it's just I don't know. A lot of things just feel like hidden, but it's in plain sight at the same time. But you know, not having the internet, till like 2010 kind of thing, like
Yeah.
maybe a lot of people would have found out sooner. But now that we're all finding out together, it's just like, bro, what the fuck?
Like you'd be surprised like how many people who are believers that I've had this conversation with and they still want to believe that this is new. That even intersex babies being born is a new thing. Like they don't
How? What?
it's new. Just
Where
because
did it
they've
come
never
from?
heard of it. Like I think it said 2 out of every 1,000 babies are born intersex every day. And the mother and father choose the gender. There are some parents who say, I'm not choosing the gender for them. But the majority of the parents get to choose the gender at birth. And so that's why I was telling people, especially for this month, My Dearest Senorita on Netflix is a really good movie to watch to help you see how there is a difference between sexual orientation and gender, because it's a story, a true story about a individual who was born intersex. Her mother and father, well, I'm gonna say their mother and father chose female for their gender, and they lived their whole entire life as female, but they presented male. They had to like put stuff in their bras to give themselves breasts. But they dressed female, their hair was female, they put on makeup and everything, but their body was male. Their personality was, I would say, more like a tomboyish, because she was trying to be where they were trying to be what their mother wanted them to be. And they ended up falling in love with a woman, and as she's in this relationship with this, they are in this relationship with this woman, they realize that they are actually male, and so they transition, but they have trouble with that because the mom doesn't accept it. They don't necessarily know how to operate in it because the gender was chosen for them at birth. But it's a really good. I don't want to spoil it too much, but it's a really good movie to help you understand intersex.
I appreciate that.
Like a dumb motherfucker come in here talking about some lies when we talking about a fucking movie. Like that shit irritates the fuck out of me.
I missed the title. You mind repeating it?
My Dearest Senorita.
Thank you.
Like lies. That's how you can tell a bigot. Like they don't stop to think. They don't care about what's being said, right? They just, that's how you can tell an ignorant motherfucker, a non-thinking motherfucker, and a bigot. They just react. As soon as they hear a trigger word or some shit, that they think goes against their hatred or their bigotry, they react.
Because not, yeah, that dude's weird. Like now I'm thinking like there when you said the Romans, didn't want them to. I guess they didn't want them to exist in a sense.
Yeah, no, they thought they were an omen from the gods.
Why do the gods need a binary?
I
Why
think
must
they
they
saw it as a deformity.
like unnatural?
Yeah.
And I hate that because if it occurs in nature, then it's natural, right?
But they didn't see that as nature. They didn't see it as occurring in nature. It's
But
the
they're
same. It's
literally
the same
seeing
way, right? But they
Wait,
didn't see it
what?
that way. It's the same way if a child was born with a deformity, they killed those children. Children born with deformities, the father got to decide whether that child could live or die.
Oh no.
Yeah, so they killed children with disabilities as well because they saw it as unnatural.
That's some heavy stuff.
Yeah, Rome's infanticide laws were ridiculous. I talk about that a lot too. Like, yeah, women had very low status in society, even in ancient Israel. Like, this is why some biblical scholars say that Leviticus 18:22 is actually talking about a high status man taking the position of a woman during sex, because women were considered low value. And so if he's a high status man, yet he's laying down and being penetrated, taking the position of a low value human, then he's devaluing himself. And so he loses his status in society. And this is what the men of Sodom want to do to the angels. They want to devalue them, put them in the position of the lowest human, which is a woman, and penetrate them to take their status away because they've infiltrated their town. That's what the men of Benjamin want to do to the Levite priest, put him in a position of a woman, take his status away. And so women in antiquity were seen as property, low value. And so when a female child was born, if the man did not want another female child or didn't want any female children, like if he, like, I got enough for these motherfuckers, he could just take that female child, throw her in the river, throw her in the trash, leave her out in the street to die. He could suffocate her, he could poison her. Like that it was not illegal to get rid of a female child because she was seen as low value. If your son disrespected you, like if he argued back, you could kill him right then and there. You could stone him, stab him. Like there was no repercussion for doing that. You could sell him into slavery. You could starve him to death for disrespecting you. And that was seen as illegal as well in Rome.
Is it like, okay, your son is being rebellious at this age, he might grow up and then take over what you have? Would that be a reason?
No, it was
Like
just
what?
disrespect.
Like what?
It was just disrespect. Like honor your mother and father type shit. If your son bucked up at you, you could kill him right there and then.
That's so dumb, bro. That's so what?
They were barbaric as fuck. Like a man could commit adultery. He could have sex with his slave. He could have sex with another woman as long as she was not married to another man or betrothed to another man. And he would not get stoned. The woman, though, could not have sex with another man. She would get stoned. If a male slave could have sex with another woman, he wouldn't get stoned. But the female slave could not. She would get stoned.
What?
The male slave master could have sex with his male slave, but the male slave couldn't have sex with another male slave because he was the property of the slave master.
Yo, yo, it's all about power, bro. What the fuck, man? Why humans got to be weird?
Yeah. Yep, they were barbaric
It's
as
kind of
fuck. What you say?
I was gonna say it's kind of telling, especially with that whole little trend that came out a little while ago about how once a day people think about like the Roman Empire or whatever. It's like I don't know if y'all motherfuckers. I don't know. It's a lot of people that like study the fuck out of Rome, and you can't go very deep, very long, pun intended, without seeing all the dick stuff that they got going on that motherfucker. And it's like I don't know. Y'all snitching on yourselves, bro. Rome was freaked out and not in a good way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like they literally, one of the emperors would take baths. You know, how they would take their royal baths. They had bath houses. Like sometimes they would take baths together. Like a lot of people would take baths. One of the emperors would take a bath and he would have babies under the water blowing bubbles at his nuts.
Stop lying.
I'm not lying.
Like a jacuzzi?
Yeah.
Have infants in the water blowing bubbles at his nuts.
And their parents were like,
I mean, they were looking to, like, basically, they wanted their children to become a student of pederastry, right? In Rome, in order to be considered like high status, if you were a free Roman male, your father sought to give you to a Roman man of high status to be his sex slave. In exchange for being his sex slave, like at age 12 to 14, in exchange for being his sex slave, he taught you all of the etiquette, the knowledge of being a high status Roman citizen. And parents sought that for their sons.
Yeah. A lot more detached than we are nowadays.
but is it though? Is it though? After we found out what they be doing on that island, is it though?
Like there's actually, hold on, I'm gonna pull this thing up and read this to y'all. There is a group in the United States that's working to bring pederastry back.
Bro, what?
And they've been a organization since like 1972. Yeah, hold on, I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna pull this up.
Yeah, and it happened around, obviously Rome wasn't the only one, but the different ways that different, like, societies from that region of the world implemented pederastry was just, like, insane.
Yeah,
Like,
NAMBLA, that's what it is, NAMBLA. Sorry, Oso, go ahead.
no, you good. Yeah, like the movie 300. Yeah, they did some crazy stuff to them boys. Like, they cut out. It was some of that stuff was truthful, you know what I mean, in terms of like them stranding them in the fucking wilderness and they had to make their way back and all that shit. But they cut out a lot of the fact that like a lot of the time those boys were like sexual objects to the older guys, and that was just their rite of passage in order to be like a soldier in Athens.
That was directed by Chief Keef, right?
Bang bang. They did actually blow New Jersey up in the filming of that.
All right, so I'm gonna read this to y'all. Analyzing ancient sexual practices has been a prevalent theme throughout Western society's history. However, it did not gain momentum and respect as a scholarly discipline until the work of Michael Foucault. And without him, cases such as the Colorado case mentioned above would not be possible. According to David Halperin, by documenting the existence of both a discursive and a temporal gap between two dissimilar styles of defining and disqualifying male same-sex sexual expression, Foucault highlights the historical and political specificity of sexuality, both as a cultural concept and as a tactical device. And so he contributes to the task. He contributes to the task of introducing the history of sexuality as a possible field of study and as a radical scholarly and political project. Foucault not only tried to describe what sexuality was, but to specify what it did and how it worked in a societal setting, both in antiquity and in modernity. Foucault argued that it was not sexuality that defined groups of people in antiquity as the terms homosexual and heterosexual do today, but gender. Sex was categorized into certain sexual acts in ancient Greece and Rome. These acts did not define one's personality, simply certain sexual acts that one exhibited in juxtaposition to other sexual acts. Modern society, on the other hand, is inclined to believe that a person's sexual acts are fundamentally wrought out of an innate inclination towards one of three sexual identities: heterosexuality, homosexuality, and bisexuality. By studying the beliefs of ancient Greece and Rome, Foucault distinguishes the modern conceptions very clearly from the ancient ones. Studying the sexual practices of ancient Greece and Rome and comparing the literary tradition to ancient laws helps the scholar gain insights into modern society and the differences between federal, domestic, and religious practices today in order to help people better understand their own contemporary culture, as well as bring clarity to misconceptions of ancient ones. This paper will address one of these misconceptions, namely the existence of pedophilia in the ancient world. It is necessary to analyze another relationship that was socially acceptable in antiquity: pederasty. The analysis of pederasty in the ancient societies will help to make a cohesive argument for the absence or existence of pedophilia in ancient Mediterranean history. One of the precedents from the philosophical discourses of Foucault and the Colorado court case is the use of the ancient world to legitimate the gay rights movement. However, there is another group aside from the gay rights movement that identifies itself as the descendants of the pederasty of ancient Greece, the group known as the North American Man-Boy Love Association.
Bro, what?
Because NAMBLA's use of antiquity to legitimize itself has been an uncharted problem of modern society. I will discuss this group's situation and how I do not think NAMBLA members are accurate in their claim that they are modern pederasts. In order to achieve all of these goals, I will argue that pederasty of ancient Greece is not the same phenomenon as pedophilia in the modern world, after a detailed introduction of both ideas respectfully. After this, I will discuss the perplexing type of erotic pederastic relationship that was characteristic in Rome, followed by further examination of the existence of pedophilia in antiquity. Pederasty, I cannot say this fucking word, y'all, is a phenomenon that existed in ancient Greece. To begin with, pederasty was a relationship that was an institutionalized part of the aristocratic male society between an adult male, the erastes, and a pre-adolescent boy, the eromenos. The adult male was generally over the age of 25, and the boy was generally between the ages of 15 to 18. Lewis Crompton defined pederasty as a relation between an older male and someone younger, usually a youth between the ages of 14 and 20. The older man was called the erastes, or lover. Ideally, it was his duty to be the boy's teacher and protector and serve as a model of courage, virtue, and wisdom to his beloved, or Eromenos, whose attraction lay in his beauty, his youth, and his promise of future moral, intellectual, and physical excellence. The Eromenos was generally expected to stop being in a passive relationship with an older male when his beard first started to develop. The men who had relationships with pubescent boys around 12 or younger were generally looked down upon for their actions. According to Colin Spencer, this reproach was not for any legal reasons, but due to the fact that the Greeks thought the prepubescent boys did not have the mental capacity to be fully aware of what they were doing. According to Foucault, it was not acceptable to have sex with those too young because it arrests growth and disturbs the development of the signs of puberty. Later, he mentioned all of the physicians are in agreement that puberty for boys is situated at the age of 14. But all are in agreement as well that access to the aphrodisia should not be had so early. In any case, several years should pass during which the body is forming the seminal liquids without it being advisable to evacuate them. The Eromenos, however, was underage and under the authority of his parental guardian until the age of 18. Due to this, pederistic relationships could only function with the support and accordance of the child's parents, mainly that of his father. In order for this arrangement to work, the Erastes had to have good standing in the community, be fairly affluent, and follow the correct procedures in conformity to the Greek ideal of moderation. In the Dorian-style pederasty, the Erastes would mention that he was going to abduct the boy to the boy's families and friends. If the man was not considered acceptable, they would give chase and capture the man and the boy before the relationship could take place. If, however, the man was considered acceptable, the family would only feign chase and then meet up with the boy and his male lover and hold a celebration before allowing the relationship to continue. This shit is fucking crazy.
Yo.
The Eromenos did have a say in the compact and could refuse the suitor even before his father agreed to the courting. The boys were expected to follow the ideal of Sophrosyne just as the suitors. There were many procedures that they had to follow so that they did not face legal ramifications from the relationship when they became adult men later in life. They were supposed to refuse and play hard to get, and supposed to set conditions for their surrender, in which they would receive gifts from their Erastes, according to Foucault. In regard to the Greek boy, the importance of his honor did not concern his future marriage. Rather, it related to his status. Their dubious reputation could be held against them without the substantial judicial consequences that certain kinds of misconduct might produce. Later, he states, but it was especially in the sphere of amorous conduct that the distinction between what was honorable and what was shameful operated. Dorian-style pederasty shared many things in common with the Athenian pederasty. A major issue that both mutually agreed upon was that the citizen youth should not sell themselves too short or surrender their virtue in order to become prostitutes. Feel free to stop me if y'all have questions. I know reading sometimes it can get tedious. In Athens, accusing politicians of prostituting themselves when they were young and in pederistic relationships was a common affair. Regarding the ramifications of such an action, and against Timarchus states, first of all, as soon as he was past boyhood, he settled down in the Piraeus at the establishment of Euthydemus,
Right.
the physician, pretending to be a student of medicine, but in fact deliberately offering himself for sale, as the event proved. The names of the merchants or other foreigners or of our own citizens who enjoyed the person of Timarchus in those days, I will pass over willingly, that no one may say that I am overly particular to state every petty detail, but in whose houses he has lived to the shame of his own body and of the city, earning wages by precisely that thing which the law forbids, under penalty of losing the privilege of public speech. Of this I will speak. Later, he states Tamarcus did not hesitate, but submitted to it all, though he had income to satisfy all reasonable desires. For his father had left him a very large property, which he had squandered, as I will show in the course of my speech. But he behaved but he behaved as he did because he was a slave to the most shameful lust, to gluttony and extravagance at table, to flute girls and harlots, to dice, and to all those other things no one of which ought to have mastery over a man who is well born and free. And this wretch was not ashamed to abandon his father's house and live with Misgolas, a man who was not a friend of his father's, nor a person of his own age, but a stranger, and older than himself, a man who knew no restraint in such matters, while Tamarcus himself was in the bloom of youth. Prostitution for men was allowed in Athens, but was considered a dirty trade. And as these passages by Aeschines confirm, it was thought a serious offense for citizens to prostitute themselves. Tutors and family members that had been accused of prostituting boys could be sentenced to death, according to Marilyn Skinner. Boys that took money in the pederistic relationships were accused of prostitution, and the procedures mentioned above were waged against them. The pederistic relationship served several very important functions in ancient societies. The most important function was that it trained the pious, the child, to become a fully functioning man in his community. This education was completed through many different methods, including practice at the gym, hunting expeditions with the Erastes, philosophical conversations on morality and ethics, and training in the things of war. Ain't that crazy?
That's insane.
That is crazy. Does it make you wonder those relationships happening today?
And these be the motherfuckers that people be like, oh yeah, these guys figured it out, man. Fucking the lost, yeah.
Yep. In Crete, for example, the affair lasted 2 months, according to Daniel H. Garrison. As Greece developed from a I don't know that fucking word, of tribes, villages, and warlords to an urban civilization, pederasty developed from a rite of passage to an educational institution that was at once ethical, strongly personal, and elitist. Its emphasis on physical virtues applicable to warfare gave it an aesthetic cast. Though it was driven by an erotic and therefore inherently sensuous energy, it is not a deviant practice. It is instead the most intensive form of initiation a society that offers it can have. In the Spartan mode, the boy was initiated in a longer period of time into the community than the Cretan model. At the end of such a relationship, the Eromenos would be nearly a fully fledged man and have received from his Erastes his first suit of armor, set of weapons, a drinking cup for the purpose of drinking wine at the symposia, which only citizen men were allowed to attend. He would have also received a sacrificial animal to offer to the gods. These gifts made the boy into a young man due to significant correlation between military services in ancient Greece and citizen status. If one was a citizen, one was also a soldier. The best example of this is the hoplite citizen body of a Sparta in antiquity. The giving of a sacrificial animal was also a vital gift to the young men, because sacrificial offerings to the gods also provided meat to the community as a whole. This action thereby made him a contributor to the well-being and prosperity of the city he resided in by his ability to provide food to the masses. All of these actions brought report or excellence unto the name of his father's house and raised the family's overall standing in the community. Although it seems that the Eromenos was the only one that gained status from this type of relationship in antiquity, the Erastes also benefited from such a courtship. The Erastes gained kleos if the child was from a rich family, was excellent at the gymnasium, or was an excellent pupil in matters of philosophy. If the young boy turned out to be an excellent man, it reflected well on his mentor, thereby gaining the Erastes' honor. In one Spartan case, a mentor was looked down upon because his pupil cried out in battle. This clearly shows a cultural tradition of improper code of conduct reflecting on the teacher. Additionally, Plato, according to Garrison, has shifted the emphasis from the boy to the Erastes as the one that benefits from such a relationship, because he learns the rudimentary form of beauty from the boy and furthers the Erastes' studies in philosophy. Having discussed the archetype model of pederasty, does pedophilia then emulate this model? I'm gonna stop there. Y'all want to answer that question?
Do you mind repeating
It
it?
says, having discussed the archetype model of pederasty. That word is gonna fuck me up. Is it pederasty? That don't my mouth won't even do it right.
I've
Does
always just said pedestry.
pederasty?
Pedestry. Pedestry.
If he said pedestry, that's how you say it. It's pedestry. That don't make no fucking sense. Thank you,
Right.
Fee. Pedestry. Thank you. Does pedophilia then emulate this model? So having discussed the archetype model of pedestry, does pedophilia then emulate this model? Spelled P-E-D-E-R-A-S-T-Y.
Who's asking that question?
The author and this is their research paper. So
Okay.
they're saying, having discussed the archetype model of pedestry, does pedophilia then emulate this model? They're asking, do you think pedophilia and pedestry are the same?
I think that pedophilia is involved in pedestry. That's all I'm getting from this.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, pedophilia. I think.
All right, listen. I didn't want to come up here and be
Wow.
accused of being a subject matter expert.
Hello?
Huh?
This is not the subject matter you want to be an expert on. But you were right. It's pederasty.
That's right. It's pederasty.
Yeah, because if you do it, you're a pederast.
Oh,
What?
And that's
it's pederasty. Okay.
yeah.
I was saying it right.
Pedophilia is the attraction. Pederasty is acting on that attraction.
It's even
Oh.
worse.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So
And what's the age of consent in Texas?
Let me consult my laminated card.
So this
Mine.
author, okay, so NAMBLA is saying that pederasty is not the same as pedophilia, and pederasty is beneficial, while pedophilia is not.
What?
Yeah, that's what we're reading.
I mean, I wouldn't say any of them are beneficial,
Right.
but I would think
Right.
I would think that pederasty is more harmful because you're actually doing something.
Yeah, it's
Right,
like institutionalized
but,
pedophilia.
They're talking
what
about,
they're
are they
looking
trying to be
at
like
is
classic
the way it
Greek or
was in antiquity.
Yeah.
Right. And how that's how the young boys, like the fathers would give their young boys to a man of high status in Rome and Greece, and they would train them, right? And that's how they became men of high status and gained wealth for their family.
Is this like how people? Oh, sorry. Is this like how people learn skills during slavery?
I don't know
Like
about
if you
slavery. Right now,
if
we're
you
just.
remember that,
I don't know
but if
about
you remember that
slavery.
argument, no, I know. But what I'm saying is like there were people who were actually saying that. You know what I mean? They're arguing for this atrocious thing by saying, "Hey, look, they got life skills out of it." Like that to me, it sounds like what NAMBLA is doing.
I mean,
Is this?
but probably so.
I can see what you mean.
Yeah.
I mean, that was like a thing. People were on like CNN and shit trying to push that.
No, they're still doing it. NAMBLA is still doing it.
No, I
I
meant
don't
the
think a lot
slavery
of
thing.
people know about NAMBLA though. I don't think a lot of people know about what NAMBLA is doing. They've been around since like 1972.
I only know of him from South Park.
Was it who? It was somebody's punchline. It was. I think it was like a Daily Show punchline for a long time.
No, your boy, what's the Florida governor, Ron DeSantis, and his he was rewriting the history of slavery, and it was actually a Black woman who wrote the new curriculum for him. And in that curriculum, she said slaves learned trade skills, and it benefited them.
What the fuck?
They learned how to create a cotton gin.
Yeah, I agree. The person who was saying that was a racist. or at least supporting racism, like you were saying, if it's a black woman doing it,
Yeah, she was a black
and
woman.
obviously like
She
supporting white supremacy.
yeah, she gave a speech at a church, and she was telling the church they need to thank God that they're not in Africa hugging trees. That they thank God for slavery.
What's her name?
I did a video on her ass. It's on my page. Like this is like 2 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, she did she gave a speech saying that telling the Christians they need to thank God for slavery, or else they would have still been in Africa hugging trees.
Why do churches be having people on stage with a microphone saying the most disturbing shit always?
Yep.
As someone born in Africa, I ain't hugged a tree in Africa not once.
They just say
That's
dumb
hugged a
shit.
couple.
She was a Ron DeSantis fan. Like she was on Ron DeSantis'
That-
team.
That says everything.
All right. Any other answers to this question so I can get back to reading?
Oh yeah, Matt cut me off because he wanted to show how much he knows about that subject.
Hey, hang on. I didn't come up here and try to break down the difference between pedophilia and ephebophilia. Okay,
What's that other one?
ephebophilia.
What the fuck is that?
So, all right.
What is that?
So, pedophilia.
No, we know what
is
that
being a-
is. What's the
Well,
other one?
this motherfucker
giving
took
the
a bite of a
contrast.
sandwich to explain this shit. Oh my god, bro. Y'all got him started.
So, pedophilia. And if you debate with enough libertarians, you learn this stuff. Pedophilia is the attraction to prepubescent minors. Ephebophilia is they're not prepubescent; they have entered puberty.
Oh, okay.
What's his name?
Categories.
What's his name that did the motherfucking music video where the girl looked like she was screaming for help with her keys?
Oh, what? Q-top.
What's his name? Yeah. That's
Yeah.
a Q-top discussion.
Yeah.
But anyways, I was just gonna say before Max showed us even more of his vast knowledge of the subject. I think that they definitely have like a pedophilia goes into pederastry, but I don't think it's necessarily the same thing.
I see it. I can see it that way too. But to me, they are the same thing. It's just that they're exchanging favors. They're just not exchanging money. Like I feel like they are the same thing, but I could see it that way. That it's inside of it. Like if you look at it like it's an initiation or a institution,
Right.
I definitely could see it inside of that institution. But I see it as the same thing. It's
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way I'm looking at you anyways other than sideways if you tell me you're a part of one or the other. Like, either way, like, I'm liable to beat your ass for real. But, you know what I mean? Like, just technically, if you want to give it, like, as far as what the author's trying to point out, that's how I would answer it anyway.
Yeah, I agree. He says, in order to answer this question, it is necessary to discuss pedophilia in the most characteristic form. Pedophilia is a concept which should first be approached in its modern context. Literally, pedophilia comes from the Greek word pais, child, and philia, love. This type of relationship consists of an adult male or female with prepubescent boy or girl. According to Dwayne Dobert in his book, Halting the Sexual Predators Amongst Us, pedophilia is defined as sexual activity with a prepubescent child, generally age 13 or younger. There are two types of pedophilia, according to Jeff Fowler, what he calls the fixation and regression paradigms. In the fixation model, offending adults are not just adjusted to social norms, they identify with children and come across as childlike. They might possibly resort to hoarding items of the child they are attracted to, and they often rehearse the action in their head before it happens. This is disturbing. In the regression model, the person is attracted to his or her own age group until adulthood. They are normal in their sexual behaviors in comparison to similarly aged people. And they either do not realize that they are attracted to children until adulthood, or they repressed it early in their development due to social constraints and aversion. Jeff Fowler also states regarding men who sexually abuse children, Beck et al. 1994, in a report of men in treatment found typically emotionally isolated individuals, lacking in self-confidence, under-assertive, poor at appreciating the perspective of others, and ill-equipped to deal with emotional distress. They characteristically denied or minimized the full extent of their sexual offending and problems. A significant proportion was found to have little empathy for their victim, strong emotional attachment to children, and a range of distorted attitudes and beliefs where they portray children as able to consent to and not be harmed by sexual conduct with adults. The men with the most problems in the above areas tended to be the most serious offenders. In Moore, Turner, and Jerry's study, there is a quote by Richard von Kraft-Ebing, which explains this further. There are cases in which the sexually needy subject is drawn to children not in consequence of degenerated morality or physical impotence, but rather by morbid disposition, a psychosexual perversion, which may at present be named pedophilia erotica. He considered that these subjects were a small minority and that the largest number of cases of immorality with children could be reduced to conditions of acquired mental weakness. Pedophilic relationships with children have numerous legal ramifications in all societies in the modern world. Pedophiles are not an accepted part of society, and as such, their actions are not condoned. The issue of consent is a major point in the conflicts against the pedophiles' actions. Most modern societies have an age of consent between the ages of 16 and 18. The United States is 16. Some societies have lower ages of consent. Canada has an age of 14, and the Netherlands an age of 12?
What the fuck?
In Moore, Turner, and Jerry's study, a data set is shown which displays the ages of children in pedophilic crimes. The mean age of crimes is the 8 to 11-year-old bracket, with outliers as early as 0 to 3 years of age, and a second highest frequency occurring in the 12 to 15 age range. Out of 100 cases examined, 3 children fell into the 0 to 3 category, 12 in the 4 to 7, 27 in the 8 to 11 range, and 12 to 15 in the 12 to 15 range. The authors went on to examine other cases, and they found that this distribution was characteristic of all the cases they had analyzed. The highest amounts of cases occur in the 8 to 11-year-old category. Pederasty and pedophilia appear similar on the surface, and that they both incorporate adults with children in some form of relationship, acceptable by society or not. What then, if anything, makes them two different entities? To begin with is the age of the participating members. In ancient Greece, children before the age of 14 were guarded closely from demoralizing situations. In politics, the critical ages are 2, 5, 7, and 14. From 2 until 5, the child should continue to exercise through play, but both the forms of play and the stories told to children of this age must be supervised by officials. Children are to be reared at home until the age of 7 and protected as much as possible from indecent talk and images. In ancient Greece, to be a citizen, one had to be a male that was either born into the system or married into it. Moreover, a boy did not become a man without crucial rites of passage that symbolically transitioned him into the adult class. The ability to provide for one's family and community was essentially what made a man into a citizen, whether that provision was military service, food production, or leadership. A young boy learned these things from his father. Are y'all hearing that the attitude of being a provider is coming from pederasty?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's crazy. A young boy learned these things from his father, as well as social institutions such as pederasty. Rites of passage equaled citizenship in ancient Greece. According to Mark Golden, children were not born into ancient Greece as citizens, but on the contrary, their future existence was based solely on the decision of their father or head of household. If they were allowed to live, Numerous rites of passage occurred in which the child was introduced to the household as well as to the community and bestowed a name. Did y'all hear that? If the child was allowed to live, the father was the one who got to make the decision if a child lived or died.
Yeah.
So, like, talk about women and abortions, like it's her body, but like literally in antiquity, once the child was born, if the father didn't want the child, he could just kill it after it was born. Antithesis to this is the modern concept of citizenship. Rites of passage are completely secondary to one's ability to become a citizen. In most societies, when one ages to a certain point, one became a citizen, regardless if they actively benefit their community. Although there are still rites of passage assimilated into society, the pertinence and correlation between adulthood and rituals has been significantly reduced. Additionally, when a human being is born, he or she is awarded citizen status with all the rights therein given to one of that rank. The education of children is also an important facet to compare. In ancient Greece, the paideia, education of children, was carried out by parents, other family members, and traveling scholars. The main goal of Greek education, according to Hyperides, I don't know their name. None of us, I think, is unaware that our aim in training children is to convert them into valiant men, and that men who have proved of exceptional courage in war were well brought up in childhood needs no stressing. The simplest course, I think, will be to tell you of their courage under arms, revealing them as authors of many benefits conferred upon their country and the rest of Greece. The moral virtue of being a good citizen by serving valiantly transcends into political and civic excellence, and accordingly, it is in the moral realm that the polis can be said to educate the citizens. Boys in the pederastic relationships were educated by their erastes about civic life. Children in the modern context, however, are educated in centralized locations, which are regulated by the government. Education is to be idealized. Education is to an idealized extent standardized in contemporary culture and overseen by instructors that must meet government requirements. There's no place in current society for legally or publicly acceptable version of the pederastic method of educating young people. An addendum to the education and civic overtones that distinguish these two concepts is the locational distinction. Pederasty took place in the open, almost always with the exception of the Eromenos and his parents, as well as his extended family and the overall support of the community members. Although it was a relationship between two people, the Erastes and the Eromenos, it always had the potential to be extremely beneficial or detrimental for everyone. Pedophilia, however, takes place in seclusion and hiding. According to Jeff Fowler, fixated pedophiles will be patient when forming relationships with children and careful that the elements of secrecy and privacy are maintained. A case study was done by Moore, Turner, and Jerry to analyze the places in which pedophilic relationships took place. 45% of cases took place in the house of the offender or of the victim. The other 42% took place in the open and in a place of work, the car of the offender, or a public building like a theater or a public place like a street or a park. When one analyzes this second sequence of places, one still gets the sense that the action was in a secluded, hidden area. Parks, streets, work, and public places are not thought to be normal areas for sexual encounters, and as such can be considered abnormal and secluded from the community. Although other sex acts have been reported to occur in these areas, pedophilia is already a secluded and immoral action. It is more significant that it exists solely on secrecy. Although the pedophile might say that he went ahead with the relationship in accordance with the child's consent, in modern society, children are not able to give their consent before the age allotted by the government. Alike in these regard with ancient Greece, children under the legal age are subject to the authority of their parents in modern states. A society does not benefit from a pedophilic relationship in any way. One different cultural value of modern Western society compared to an ancient Greece is that the status of women has increased with the privatization of sex. This difference accounts prodigiously for the changes between modernity and antiquity. As women rise in status, they have more of a say in how their household, community, and moreover their state is governed. A direct consequence of women gaining status is the awareness for the need of children's civil liberties. So women saved young boys from this shit. When both of these conditions are met, the all-encompassing power of men is diminished severely, as is their complete dominance of civil and domestic lawmaking. This is clearly seen in the comparison of ancient Greece to modern Western culture. Women in the police of ancient Greece were restricted severely in what they could do. Women were categorized into one of three castes in the archaic and classical periods at Athens: a chaste wife, pious daughter, or a moral prostitute. According to David Halperin, Athenian women were lifelong statutory minors and were therefore always in the legal custody of a male relation. The wife and daughter were expected to remain within the household and take care of domestic affairs. The wife gained honor by the household duties and management of the domestic affairs. This is how she ensured that her husband maintained his respect for her. The pious women were not allowed to be seen by men other than those of their family unless their guardian husband or father was present. As Halperin claims, citizen women were also protected by the social custom of secluding them to the greatest extent possible in the interior domestic space of the Greek household and of keeping a close watch on their activities and movements. A daughter was expected to remain pious by respecting the gods and learning domestic responsibilities from her mother and husband. A son, however, was expected to go out and gain experience with women, either by having sex with slaves, the women of his polis in secret, or prostitutes. When a woman became married, she moved into her husband's household. Concepts like spousal abuse and honor killings, although they existed in antiquity, were much more difficult to prove, let alone deal with in ancient Greece. The main domestic problem brought before a court was shaming or dishonoring a male citizen. This charge included everything from stealing from his household, killing one of his slaves, or having sex with his wife. The wife in question would be killed or divorced and sent back to a male guardian from her father's household. The accused man generally paid a fine, but in certain examples he was killed as well. Even if the woman was forced into sex or even brutally raped, the act brought shame on the husband. The Greeks' views on sex also differ greatly from that of modern Western society. In Greece, a pious woman was expected to only have sex with her husband as a matter of necessity for maintaining her position in the household. As I have mentioned, however, men were never held to this expectation. As Foucault mentions, as for the self-restrained attitude of the husband, it is never defined as the monopoly over all his sexual activity, which he could concede to his wife. What is at stake in this reflective practice and marital life, what happens as essential to the order lines of the household, to the peace that must reign within it, and to the woman's expectations is that she be able, as a lawful wife, to keep the preeminent place that marriage has assigned her, not to see another woman give preference over her, not to suffer a loss of status and dignity, not to be replaced at her husband's side by another. This was what mattered above all else to her. For the threat to marriage did not come from the pleasure which the husband happened to enjoy here or there, but from the rivalries that might form between the wife and the other women over one's position in the household. The faithful husband was not the one who linked the state of marriage to the renunciation of all other sexual pleasure and joy with someone else. It was the husband who maintained the privileges to which the wife was entitled by marriage. That is crazy. Are y'all getting bored? I see people swiping away. Do y'all want me to continue?
What I want to know is what the fuck was Jesus doing in Rome for real?
He went to Egypt.
I heard the quotes.
Was Jesus in a pederistic relationship with the disciples?
Right. What the fuck was he doing in Rome?
The boy in the garden was actually Paul.
A fucking yo. On the road to
I'm just saying.
Damascus, Paul?
I'm just saying. Think about it.
All right, I'll
He
continue.
learned gaslighting from one of the greats. I'm just saying.
Come on.
I guess it's interesting. I will say. And it's definitely something to think about. Like, how old were the disciples?
Right.
Because we know if they left home between the ages of 14 and 18, and the pederistic relationships was around that age, Jesus is their teacher. They keep calling him teacher, 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 teacher,
Right.
teacher. Like, what is this? Why he didn't have a wife? Like, was he in a pederistic relationship with the disciples?
You're picking up what I'm putting down.
Yeah. And
Is
then
that why they was laying on his bosom?
could be. Is this why he, marveled at the Roman centurion whose slave boy got sick?
Oh my.
How old was the disciple that he loved?
Right. Right. Questions we probably would never know the answer to because we don't have ages of none of them. Did they have wives? None of the disciples had wives, did they? Did any of the disciples have wives and children?
They had priorities.
No.
Well, we do know one.
Who?
He didn't make it to the one that crossed whenever Peter walked on the water. He couldn't make it to that one because his kids had a soccer game. So it was just the 11 that day.
Why is he like that? Why is he
Okay, all right. Well, that's fine.
But Peter had a family. I remember he had a family in Acts. I don't think he had it's mentioned in the Gospels. Like in Acts, he had a family because I think his mother-in-law was baptized or something like that. Did he get married after Jesus died? Like, was the pederistic relationship over? Yeah, I don't know. Questions we'll never have answers to. As far as what was sexually permissible for adult men, as long as they were the active penetrating component of the union, it was allowed. A man was allowed to copulate with women, boys, and slaves. Even the relationship of two adult males was acceptable for the penetrating male to partake in. The penetrated male was strongly looked down upon. However, there was a great chance that he would lose his citizen privileges if his unethical actions were discovered. In this model, one can clearly see how men were able to act as they pleased without regard of the consequences, as long as they did not insult another male citizen by dishonoring him. Because of this freedom, men commonly had multiple women that they were entertaining at any given time. A man generally had a wife to produce heirs, take care of the household, and provide him with a dowry from her father's household. A concubine, which was a live-in mistress that helped with the household and whatever else the husband wanted. Finally, he would have a hetara, literally a female companion, that accompanied him when he went to symposia, drinking parties. Men would sometimes also have common prostitutes to take care of their immediate needs, and mistresses that did not live in the men's own houses, but in other houses which the men had brought for them. The hetaria is the closest thing to a modern woman in antiquity. For she was able to freely traverse the polis, even outside of religious holidays, when normal women were permitted to be in the public sector. Additionally, Hetarai were literate, well-educated conversationalists that were trained in every aspect of social gatherings, whether it was reciting poetry, playing the kithara, or dancing. Sexual intercourse with the prostitute was only a concern when it was done in excess. Do y'all see this? The prostitute was the most educated, but the wife was the illiterate one in the house taking care of the husband. Are y'all seeing this?
That makes sense to me.
This is crazy.
It makes sense though.
The fuck? It's like she has to be educated because she has to entertain us.
Mm-hmm. And she was pillow talking, learning things.
Yeah.
It's interesting how these things are kind of like, it's kind of like still echoes of that shit in today's time.
Yeah, because think about it. Somebody just said it in the comments. This is why they call educated women Jezebels.
Right. Yeah.
Educated, outspoken, good conversationalists, animated. Like they call us Jezebels.
Yeah.
It's
or
crazy.
Like how conservative men are always trying to find like liberal women to like date and stuff. You know what I mean? They go for, they go out to try to have a fun time with them, but at the end of the day, they're trying to get like a trad wife for real. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like did y'all hear the part where the wives were minority status their whole entire life? They were considered minors their whole entire life.
Yeah, yeah.
That's like that, and like we see today, a lot of conservative women they take on like this fundy voice, like they're still 13 or 16 years old. Like they still take on that type of personality today. The submissive woman. The sexual freedom expressed by Hetari, I don't know, what's that? Another prostitutes in ancient Greece, actually increased gender discrimination to the disadvantage of females. As Martin claims, sexual expression, far from having liberated women, has historically often led to increased male access to women's bodies, allowing exploitation not just sexually, but economically and politically as well. In ancient Greece, this can be seen under the reforms of Solon. Solon institutionalized prostitution in Athens and made women affordable to all citizens, regardless of financial situation.
Made women affordable to all
Oh my
citizens?
fucking gosh.
I'm sorry.
Oh
my goodness.
Stuck up on that.
Wow.
The increased availability of women in the city lowered the value of women overall, forcing citizen women even further into seclusion in the household. Because the sexual availability of women was increased, a woman had to worry even more about her husband potentially replacing her sexually with other women. Women also faced discrimination as a result of the rapidly expanding power of Athens during the 5th century BCE, in which it was transitioning from an agricultural state to a heavily urbanized one. Women were thus drawn further into the oikos, the household, by means of the rapid transition of the growing democratic power. And the funeral oration, Pericles gives an example. On the other hand, if I must say something on the subject of female excellence to those of you who will now be in widowhood, it will be comprised in this brief exhortation. Great will be your glory in not falling short of your natural character, and greatest will be hers who is least talked of, whether for good or for bad. This is why Paul says women are leaving their natural use. That's why he says that, because they just saw that their natural use was just to produce heirs. Like, there's no way that Paul is talking about outright homosexuality the way that, society sees it today. And, sees it as, a woman and a man marrying and loving each other. But he's talking about she's supposed to produce heirs. She's supposed to be in the house. Like, she's property. She's not supposed to be enjoying herself in sex. It's not for pleasure. That's what Paul is talking about there in the sex rituals in the temple.
Would you say Paul also did the same thing? Because he had Barnabas, Apollos, Cephas, Timothy.
I don't know. I think they were his business partners.
Okay.
I don't know, but we can definitely. I don't know how old they were, but they were like co-founders and they split up. They split up because they went on a business trip, and Barnabas fucked around with Mark and didn't work. And Paul was like, I ain't fucking with you no more. No, Barnabas fucked around on a business trip where they was checking on the churches. And then Paul went to him and was like, hey, we need to go check on our other trap houses. And Barnabas was like, hey, I got this boy Mark that I want to bring with me. And him and Barnabas got into it. And he was like, fuck you. Like, I'm not fucking with you no more because you lazy as fuck. You fucked off on the last trip. So then he ends up taking Mark. He's like, fuck you, but I'm going to take the motherfucker you wanted to bring any goddamn way. And then he leaves.
Oh, this is T.
Yeah. They were, I see them as co-founders that split up. I'm reading an article. I'll give y'all the name. It's in the Discord. under notes and resources. But I'll give y'all the name. I got to scroll all the way back up, and I don't want to lose my place. This quote by I can't say this name, Thucydides clearly portrays a Greek male view on females. The more one can be hidden away free from blame, the more excellent one is. So even though women had more influence in the household during this period, they were not able to use this power to influence state policy or their husbands. Women did start to gain more status beginning in the Hellenistic age. Marilyn Skinner attributes this to numerous factors. All these historical occurrences had enormous practical consequences for women. In some areas, declining numbers of men left poor girls without husbands and brothers unprotected and vulnerable physically and economically. Wealthier women, on the other hand, benefited financially from the loss of male kin, since they alone might be left as heirs. Rich women gained greater visibility by serving first as public priestess and then starting in the late Hellenistic period as honorary magistrates for their cities. During their terms of office, they donated buildings and sponsored civic events. Thusly, by putting their resources back into their community, they purchased prestige and gratitude for themselves and their kin. This is why they want to fucking... They hate that when women got power, equality... Like, they hate the fucking equality. Women gained power.
Still.
Yeah. Women gained power by investing more of themselves into the community, which is really an extension of the power they held in previous periods of Greek history in the household. In previous eras, they gained honor by overseeing the household affairs. Then in the Hellenistic era, they gained honor by making sure the entire city or state ran smoothly. Thus, it is by the improvement of community and human bonds that women gain influence. Having discussed what the differences are between pedophilia and pederasty, and having proven that, while sharing common traits, they are clearly different, it is now necessary to look at the perplexing case of the modern pederast. There are certain groups in the modern Western world that claim they are the more modern equivalent of ancient pederasty. Foremost of these groups is the North American Man-Boy Love Association, hereafter referred to as NAMBLA. Although there are other groups active today, this group is based in North America, has always had the largest membership count, and has also been the most publicly active in pursuing their goals. Much like how the gay movement has hearkened back to ancient Greece as the beginning of homosexuality, so too does NAMBLA and other associations like it in order to legitimize what they aim to do. NAMBLA states that the gay movement and groups like NAMBLA used to work together back in the 80s towards sexual liberation. Groups such as NAMBLA were eventually removed from larger umbrella homosexual rights networks, such as the International Lesbian and Gay Association, in order for the groups like ILGA to regain social acceptance. Since this time, gay rights groups have worked towards equality in the workplace, in the military, and domestic issues, such as gay marriage. NAMBLA and other groups like it, however, are still oriented solely towards the sexual liberation of children in all societies.
Yo.
Yeah, liberation might be the worst euphemism of all time.
Oh my gosh. Since pederasty is nothing like modern homosexuality, why then is the homosexual argument for hearkening back to ancient pederasty acceptable, but not the NAMBLA argument? Why is the modern pederast argument illegitimate? The invalidity of their argument is due to the fact that they are going about everything in the wrong way. The NAMBLA group bases its beliefs and practices on another society's customs and habits. Moreover, instead of adapting these ancient customs to their own modern society, they are trying to resurrect a previous ideal in which what they desire to do was socially acceptable. They seek to abolish age of consent laws, both state by state and nationally. They also reject the role and influence that the government has in deciding the welfare of children in the private sector, according to a question and answer section in one of their own publications. Like, when we see in the age of consent laws go down, don't it feel like NAMBLA is involved in that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Are they not?
They gotta be.
What other organization would need the age of consent lowered?
Like, do we have NAMBLA members in the
Quiverful
fucking
people?
government? Huh?
So maybe like the quiverful
1%.
people,
The what?
like quiverful,
What is that? Quiver what?
quiverful. It's like a quiver full of arrows. It's like basically like Christian breeding philosophy. Just like pump out
Have
as
as
many
many
kids as you
kids
can.
as you can. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that. Can you explain it to me?
It's just their thing is like have a quiverful, like have a bunch of kids. Like it's basically like have as many kids as you can.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
So like the young and start young and have a bunch of kids basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the Duggars, and look what happened with the Duggars.
This is sick. What did I stop at? According to a question and answer section in one of their own publications, question: at what age should a young person be allowed to have sex? Answer: age influences the way people express their sexuality, but desire and consent are the most important factors determining when a person is ready for sex. Nambla's position is that all people should have the right to decide for themselves when to have sex. Sexual freedom is a basic right. All people, including young people, must be treated as individuals and not as objects. NAMBLA opposes all age of consent laws because they do not recognize or respect individual differences and needs. Gay youths especially need to be free from the embarrassment of self-hatred that peers and family usually make them feel. They must have the right to be as open about their love as their straight friends without experiencing hostility. Boy lovers often act as counselors to gay boys in their times of crisis and guilt. As one can see in this quotation, NAMBLA is rejecting modern age of consent laws completely. They say they are pederasts reborn. However, and the combination of this assertion with their rejection of societal law is paradoxical. Pederasty worked within the structure of the ancient Greece polis and served as an integral rite of passage for a boy to become a man. The relationship followed strict guidelines which were set down in accordance with all involved parties. NAMBLA, however, is trying to break down the state's institution by working outside of the community. This circumvention of societal rules alone distances them from the pederasty they claim. In ancient Greece, the father or head of household was always the final arbiter of justice for his offspring and anyone else in his oikos. Therefore, an erastus would proceed with a pederastic relationship if he had the approval of the boy's father. The government, as things are now, has the final say in matters concerning children that it declares morally, physically, or ethically compromising for them. Therefore, even if one or both parents do agree to this relationship, their decision means nothing in the larger scheme of things, aside from the fact that they will be considered an accomplice to the crime and face punishment. This entire process debilitates the modern pederast cause and makes modern pederasty an unacceptable possibility. Even if the NAMBLA members attempt to execute this activity legally, there are numerous reasons why it could never succeed. To begin with, societies no longer benefit from such relationships. All children are now legally required to be educated at state expense. That's why they're taking the state fucking funding away from schools.
Mhm.
Oh my gosh. Whereas in the ancient polis of Greece, only the societal elite and the merchants had the money to afford a traveling scholar or to send their children to academy. Children of the lower class families did not have the luxury or time to devote to pederastic relationship. The lower class required their children to work or find some other means of contributing to the family. Present society has no place for an educational relationship between an adult and a child that often involves a sexual component. To add to this, the space where the relationship occurred is entirely different between where the Erastus courted the Eromenos in ancient Greece. And their so-called modern equivalents, the ancient Greek version was in the open with the acceptance of both community and family. The modern version takes place in secrecy with only the consent of the child and the adult. Very few people, if any, know what is transpiring between the adult and the child. The relationship does not benefit anyone other than those participating or the adult alone. In another publication by Nambla, Boys Speak Out on Man-Boy Love, the accounts of numerous boys are presented in order for the reader to analyze what actually happens in a man-boy love relationship. Y'all want to skip this part?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's skip this part. I can't read this. Notice how there is an inconsistency in the boys' interview. Not even a page separates answers that contradict one another. Theo mentioned that his mother did not know about the relationship in the first question and that it shamed him. However, he then said that both his parents knew and approved. Additionally, there is the question involving the first time he had sex with Bert. Theo mentioned that he was a... Nope. Let's go down. Nope. Let's scroll down. I can't read that. To study this further, it is necessary to explore another society that was trying to synthesize Greek concepts into its own culture. Rome dealt with numerous Greek institutions such as Hellenic deities, mythology, and religious cults, as well as political principles like democracy. Although the Hellenic deities and stories were easily appealed to the Roman versions, the Greek Aphrodite becoming Venus, Zeus becoming Jupiter, the Greek institution of paderastry was not so easily added. In Rome, men were seen even more as the aggressive penetrator than in Greece. Men were able to take wives at the age of 14 and were considered the giver of pleasure. Actions such as lesbianism were considered great crimes because they denied the male the ability to grant pleasure to the woman, and because the woman was actively seeking pleasure for herself by her own means. Acceptable sexual gratification existed only for the active male in any relationship. Therefore, the problem of pederasty in society can be seen as it forces one male citizen to take a passive role in the relationship. Roman citizen boys were not able to be penetrated because it violated Roman sexual mores. Regardless of this aversion to the penetration of boys by the state, numerous men still attempted to court citizen boys. The Lex Scantania was put forth by Scantanius in 149 BCE in order to put limits on sexual actions that could occur in ancient Rome. One of the limitations created by this law was that by prohibiting the pursuit and love of Roman freeborn boys, according to Quintilian, he dishonored a well-born youth, and the youth, on being dishonored, hung himself. Yet the author of his dishonor is not to be capitally punished as being the cause of his death, but is to pay 10,000 sesterces, the fine imposed on him who is guilty of such a crime. This crime would be placed under the Latin legal term stuprum, also known as sexual crime and social disgrace. Because this law did not scare men off from attempting to court the young citizen boys, according to Ava Cantarella, an additional governmental edict was created by an unknown praetor to not only protect women on public highways, but also the praetextili, I don't know, some Greek word. The boys that wore the same tunic as religious leaders, but were not full-fledged citizens yet. As well as protecting the boys from verbal assault in public spaces, it also ensured that they would not become a passive member in a relationship with an older man and face the crime of also known as the loss of his virginity by being penetrated. So then, who does partake in a Roman pederastic relationship? If a freeborn Roman boy was allowed to partake in a pederastic relationship, he would not benefit from the action either in the eyes of the state or communally. Boys in Rome were allowed to take wives at the age of 14, and they exercised their rights without the involvement of a tutor. Therefore, the youth in Rome were well ahead of the youth in Greece, having already married before the general age range of an eromenos in a pederastic relationship. To take part in a relationship as a passive individual in Rome would garner an individual much shame. If a boy continues such a relationship after breaking the law to be in it to begin with until he was 28, he would be placed into the immoral category of the Senaidi, a group of effeminate men that played the passive role in sexual activities. Additionally, the Romans grappled with the problem that pleasure was not equal in this relationship, thereby making it impossible for two citizens to partake. One would have to be in a subordinate role, and even as a soon-to-be citizen, one had too much dignity at stake to be lost. In Rome, pederasty was associated with slavery. Because young boys were legally off limits, this only left slaves and freed men as potential passive partners of a pederastic relationship. Well, what is my daughter cooking? She got chili pepper going down in my nose, fucking me up. Man, I don't know what she in there cooking. She about to choke me to death. Y'all hear my voice changing? Shit. God damn. Slaves were always. What you say?
I thought you was puffing on that gas. I about to say.
Man, she about to choke me out. I don't know what the hell she in there cooking. Slaves were always a viable option for a citizen man to have sex with, as long as they were his own slaves, because any shame brought down upon them was an inherent part of their subordinate nature. A slave's body was always entirely at his master's disposal, and among the service expected of a slave by a master was the fulfillment and satisfaction of the owner's sexual desires. One could also sleep with the slaves of another male citizen, provided permission was given. This contrasts greatly with the Greek model of pederasty. However, because it is not with a freeborn boy that this relationship is happening, slaves had none of the luxury of being able to refuse their master's advances. Williams uses the term necessitas to refer to the duty a slave must give his master. Additionally, even though slaves would often gain their freedom and move into the libertini, the freedmen class in Rome, they were still often subject and indebted to their former masters and obligated to continue giving them sexual favors after they were freed. Damn. This obligation prolonged the amount of stuprum and pudicida, shame they incurred in the eyes of those living in their communities. This relationship did not benefit them as a pederastic relationship would in Eromenos of ancient Greece. It simply facilitated the desires of the former master. Another variance from the Greek model is that the role of women in ancient Rome. The women of ancient Rome were not forced to remain within their houses as Greek societies. Roman women were allowed to attend banquets and they were educated. They were actively involved in the public space of Rome, provided that they were above suspicion and proved that they led pious lives. Their power and influence in society was due to the fact that heterosexual sexual relations were more valued in Rome than they were in ancient Greece. And although men still engaged in fulfilling their desires with slaves and prostitutes, they were held more accountable for it by their wives. Foucault warns that the role of women increased also due to the stance of philosophers and moralists in Rome, shifting the love and ardor given to pederasty in the Hellenistic age to the heterosexual marriage, all of the beneficial side effects of a pederastic relationship. The conversation, the education, the companionship all became associated with the man-woman union. The 1st and 2nd century CE saw a major shift from the discourse on boys to women, even before the advent of Christianity and the repression of male-male sexual acts by later Roman emperors. This started with the marriage reforms of Augustus, primarily the Lex Julia de Adulteris, Corecindus passed in 18 BCE, which made adultery a severe offense. Regarding Plutarch's dialogues, Foucault states, everything that the erotics of boys was able to claim as properly belonging to that form of love will be reutilized here, without anything from the great pederastic tradition being overlooked. In particular, it would be applied not only to the fondness for women, but to the conjugal relationship itself. This quote refers to the ancient philosophy on sex with women in comparison to sex with boys. The relationship with a woman was carnal, lustful, and based on deceit. A woman was a man's social inferior, and as such, she could never compare to another man, let alone a boy. Women also disguised it. What did it say? A woman was a man's social inferior and could never compare to another man, let alone another boy. What does David say? What David say is her love is greater than what? They're greater than that of a woman. I gotta drink some water because she finna choke me.
Oh,
Jonathan.
Yeah, it's talking about Jonathan. Yeah.
He like boys.
I knew Mac was gonna say something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was sitting on that one for a while. Had to let it go at the right time.
Type shit makes sense.
Whatever she cooking smell like it's gonna taste good. Um,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Let's see. This quote refers to the relationship with a woman was carnal, lustful, and based on deceit. Why deceit? A woman was a man's social inferior, and as such, she could never compare to another man, let alone a boy. Women also disguise themselves with makeup and rich decorum, whereas the love of boys is pure and philosophical. The beauty of a male youth is natural, and he is the near equal of adult men, both legally and intellectually. These are the reasons given for why the relationship with a boy is much preferred to that of a relationship with a woman in ancient Greece, because nothing more can come from the latter relationship, whereas a lasting relationship and companionship comes from the former. Men were held accountable for their actions with married women, as well as other modes of sexual gratification by the reforms of Augustus. As a result of these reforms, sexually unacceptable behaviors went underground in the sense that people concealed their promiscuous behaviors that fell outside the acceptable forms of sexual behavior in marriage. The true pederasty in Rome had to go into hiding much earlier than the Augustus reforms, dating as far back as the Lex Scantinia. They also fell out of common practice in everyday law, as Foucault claims. Marriage, as an individual tie capable of integrating relations of pleasure and of giving them a positive value, will constitute the most active focus for defining stylistics of moral life. So basically, it was Augustus that forced marriage the way it is. But will undergo. I thought it was Christian. I thought it was Rome accepting Christianity. Augustus is way before Jesus' time. Like Augustus. Well, unless it was Tiberius Augustus. I don't know which Augustus it was, but I think he would have said Tiberius, because Tiberius' uncle was before him, and they just called him Augustus. Wait, what did he said the year? Didn't he? Didn't I say the year? Was it 18 BCE? Yeah, so that was right before Jesus was born. Jesus would have been born. It said 18 BCE. That's Tiberius Augustus's father. What was you finna say, Fee?
Oh, I was just gonna say I don't remember you saying a year, but I guess you did.
Yeah, I didn't hear a year either.
Yeah, it said 18 BCE. But it says Augustus is the one who basically changed the marriage laws, the behavior of marriage. So that was before Christianity. Marriage as an individual tie capable of integrating relations of pleasure and of giving them a positive value will constitute the most active focus for defining stylistics of moral life, but it will undergo a kind of philosophical disinvestment. Therefore, I believe that this was not pederasty, but pedophilia being experienced between an adult man and a citizen youth. The issue of consent was not valid in this relationship because the state did not approve, regardless if the parents did. The action brought shame down upon the child's father, and the child did not benefit from the relation in any way a boy would in ancient Greece. There is a concern over the education of boys and the age range typical for pederastic advances in Rome. Of these professors, the morals must first be ascertained, a point of which I proceed to treat in this part of my work. Not because I do not think that the same examination is to be made, and with the utmost care and regard almost to other teachers, as indeed I have shown in the preceding book, but because the very age of the pupils makes attention to the matter still more necessary. For boys are co-signed to these professors when almost grown up and continue their studies under them even after they are become men. Greater care must be in consequence to be adopted with regard to them in order that the purity of the master may secure their more tender years from corruption, and that his authority deter their bolder age from licentiousness. Nor is it enough that he give in himself an example of the strictest morality unless he regulate also by severity of discipline the conduct of those who come to receive his instructions. Much like Aristotle, Quintilian spoke about when a boy should be entrusted to a rhetorician, and how it was necessary to validate the morality and ethical code of the teacher in order to protect the boy's virality and chastity. The education of children has always been a forefront concern due to their role in posterity. Foucault comments that this wariness highlighted by Quintilian, as well as the increased importance of marriage, reduced the significance of pederasty in Rome. Moreover, the relationships with slaves were not pederastic either. According to Plutarch, it is not manly or refined to be in love with slave boys, for this love is copulation, as is the love of women. This is because a slave was at the complete whim of his master, both in mind and body, and although a slave could sporadically win his freedom, he was still bound by necessitas, duty, to his former master. Maximus of Tyre set up an argument in his lectures on Socratic love, in which he described two models of male-male love. In terms of qualities that belong to each, the first comprises virtue, friendship, modesty, candor, and stability. The second comprises access, hatred, immodesty, infidelity. In terms of the ways of being that characterize them, the one is Hellenic and virile, the other is effeminate and barbaric. And lastly, in terms of the behaviors in which they are manifested, with the first, the lover takes care of the beloved, accompanies him to the gymnasium, goes hunting with him, and to battle with him. He will be with him in death, and it is not in darkness or solitude that he seeks his company. With the second, on the other hand, the lover flees the sun, seeks darkness and solitude, and avoids being seen with the one that he loves. This quote demonstrates the Greek ideal of pederasty in juxtaposition to a more immoral and unethical version, in which the lover approaches his beloved in seclusion and hiding. As mentioned above in the NAMBLA section, this is a distinguishing feature of pedophilia, not pederasty. Additionally, the positive attributes associated with this mode of relationship were in the process of being transferred to heterosexual relationships as women gained more status throughout the empire. Yeah, y'all know. Okay, so I made a video today about Lot and the Benjamite thing. And I talked about how in both situations, I asked the person that I was responding to, have you ever stopped and really thought about the fact that both of these stories is saying that the woman's body is meant to protect the man's booty hole?
Right.
That's what the fuck this is basically saying.
Mm-hmm.
They just turned everything towards marriage to keep these men from doing what they're doing.
Yo.
And I wonder if those stories are symbolic for that. Because in every one of these situations, they throw the woman out, like, here, take her, rape her, abuse her. And it's like it's better for her to be violated than it is for the man's butthole to be penetrated. So it's like her body is meant to protect the man's butthole. Additionally, the positive attributes associated with this mode of relationship were in the process of being transferred to heterosexual relationships as women gained more status throughout the empire. St. Augustine, in his De Bono Conjugali, mentions that even sterile marriages are important due to the societies that one gets from one spouse, and this adds to the communion, companionship, education, and child rearing seen in normal marriages. The praise for pederasty was declining throughout the West, even before the death penalty was enacted for the condemnation of passive male-male sexual acts under the reigns of Constantius. Constantius and Constans in 342 CE. This was followed by the punishment of all male-male sexual acts via burning and castration in 533 CE by the Emperor Justinian. Therefore, pederasty did not exist as an institution in ancient Rome, but a form of pedophilia. Having examined the existence of pedophilia in ancient Rome, can pedophilia also be found in ancient Greece? To do this, it is necessary to look at the literary evidence of mythology, which was written by the Greeks in order to explain everyday phenomena. Myth gives a view into the contemporary oh my fucking god, contemporaneous culture in which it was written or passed down. Because even if the mythological story was written in a previous time period, if it did not contain cultural significance, it would be discarded or altered. There are numerous Greek mythological accounts that have the characteristics of a pederastic relationship. As I have argued, though, pederasty cannot be pointed to in order to find pedophilia. However, there are times when it seems that the two ideas are synonymous with each other in Greek texts. And I want to conclude using this perplexing example of how the story of Ganymede and Zeus is pedophilia, not pederasty. Theogenes refers to Ganymede in a fragment of a pederastic poem. Y'all, I know I'm probably saying these names wrong. To love boys is delightful ever since the son of Kronos, the king of immortals, loved Ganymede and captured him and led him to Olympus and gave divinity to him because he had the lovely blossom of boyhood. So do not marvel, Simonides, when it is revealed that I am overpowered by love for a beautiful boy. The term, y'all, I'm gonna show y'all something after this because I think Saul loved David like this too, and I'm gonna tell y'all why after this. The term pedophilian, literally to love boys, describes the desire of Theogenes to pursue the relationship with the boy. The passage alone could have been used by NAMBLA members to legitimate their practices and prove once and for all that pederasty was equivalent to pedophilia, and that the ancients made no distinction between the two actions. However, there are two issues that make this impossible phenomena. In the aforementioned fragment, Theogenes is defending his actions to Simonides, who is marveling at what he, Theognis, does with boys. The wonderment conveys a sense that Theognis' desires for boys was morally questionable or disapproved of by his society, represented by Simonides. Additionally, the story of Ganymede and Zeus, which Theognis uses to defend himself, does not follow a typical pederastic modus operandi itself. And the mythological account, Ganymede was a Trojan youth that, on account of his beauty, was snatched away to serve a cupbearer for the gods, as well as function as the boy lover of Zeus at Olympus. There are two different versions for the abduction. In one, Ganymede is abducted to the appreciation all the gods had of him, the most attractive human to serve as cupbearer. However, in the other, he was snatched away by the desire of Zeus alone, much to Hera's vexation. Regardless of which account is taken, the boy's father was not confronted for his approval of the relationship, nor, y'all, are y'all hearing David and Jesse and all of them? Nor were any of the boys' families or friends. Are y'all getting sleepy? Y'all
No,
still
I'm
with
here.
me? Okay.
We locked in, twin.
Okay. Tros, Ganymede's father, did not even know what had happened to his son until Zeus sent Hermes to tell him of the fate that had befallen his son. Zeus gives a gift of swift horses to Tros, and then Tros is happy with the fate of his child. Verily, wise Zeus carried off golden-haired Ganymedes because of his beauty, but grief that could not be soothed filled the heart of Tros, for he knew not whither the heaven-sent whirlwind had caught up his dear son, so that he mourned him always, unceasingly, until Zeus pitied him and gave him high-stepping horses, such as carry the immortals as recompense for his son. These he gave him as a gift. Although this seems straightforward, there are some problems with this pederastic model that need to be discussed. First, Zeus had decided that he was not going to inform the father about the abduction of his beloved son. It was only after he saw the grief it caused Tros that he informed him. Second, he bought Ganymede from Tros with a gift of horses. If this account is compared to other models that do not come from mythological accounts, there are large inconsistencies between the two. However, it also differs from other mythological accounts of pederastic relationships. Zeus, in this example, would be considered an immoderate individual that had surrendered to his lust and thereby emasculated himself. He also stole the child away from his father without the consent of either the father or the boy's family. Moreover, by taking away this child, his community does not benefit. Ganymede does not come back to his community with all the knowledge he garnered, having spent time under an immortal Erastes, to conduct his adult life in Troy. As we will shortly see with the care of Pelops, instead he maintains his youth perpetually for the desire of Zeus. He serves eternally as the passive partner in a pederastic relationship, and because of this has lost his manhood. He has also been bought by Zeus, who gave the horses to his father in return for his eternal service. This relationship is not then a pederastic one, but a relationship that exists somewhere between pederasty and pedophilia. Because although Ganymede does not benefit by becoming immortal, he is also eternally kept from developing into a man, serving as the eternal cupbearer to the gods. The myth of Poseidon and Pelops demonstrates a more conventional model than that of Zeus and Ganymede. Pelops, having been restored back to life after his father Tantalus had butchered him and served him to the gods for supper, became the boy lover of Poseidon. Poseidon took him up to Olympus and taught him many arts, including how to drive his magic chariot. After a time, the gods banished Pelops back down to earth, but Poseidon gave numerous gifts to Pelops before his return. A while after he had arrived back into Greece, he desired to marry a certain Hippodamia, and he called upon Poseidon for help in the affair so that he could win Hippodamia over. He asked Poseidon to restrain the bronze spear of one, Onomus? Onomus? Is it Onomus? Am I saying that right? And speed him. Callu, you just been saying yeah the whole time. And speed him.
No, sir, I don't know. I don't know how to say that.
And speed him in the swifted chariot to Elis. Pelops, in this example, serves as an Euronymous for Poseidon, but he returns home and develops into a man. The relationship portrayed here is one of education and lifelong friendship. The Ode even mentions, and when he blossomed with the stature of fair youth, and down darkened his cheeks, he turned his thoughts toward an available marriage. The relationship, therefore, stops when the first beard is appearing on his face and follows with the typical Greek model. If this were to take place in Athens, Pelops would not be accused of compromising himself, nor would he have political abilities taken away for prostituting himself. These models, although mythological in origin, display two of the most well-known cases of pederasty. However, I do not think the Ganymede story is pederasty, but instead a form of pedophilia due to its inconsistencies with the accepted methods of Athens, Sparta, and Crete. Although the gay rights movement does not exist in the same way as the institution of pederasty did in antiquity, they are more accurate in their proclamation of hearkening back to pederasty as the foundation of the modern gay rights movement. That's not the gay rights movement as compared to groups like Nebula. Like, what the fuck? Pederasty in antiquity did not exist. I do remember when they was trying to add the P to the LGBTQIA, and they were trying to add the P, and then the community was like, hell to the motherfucker no. So I think this paper was written during that time that they were trying to add the P to the LGBTQIA because they won't let them be with them. They did not exist based on sexual preference for one gender or another, but whether on the sexual actions involved in the action and who partook in the active or passive role. The homosexuality of modern society is established on the principle of consent, and now, after an arduous battle, societal acceptance. The legal right is the major theme that links pederasty and modern homosexuality, because pederasty in ancient Greece, in the form that relationship found in Rome, prospered on the union of an adult male and a boy youth, which how the ancients viewed the relationship as individual sexual acts and not as sexuality as we do in modern society. They also perceived the encounter in terms of status, not gender. Much like this, pederasty was an accepted form of sexual act that existed in ancient Greece, based heavily on the approval of the guardian of the Eromnes, his family, and his community. Because pederasty cannot inhabit a society such as ours today, with legal ramifications for illegal sexual acts, including crimes against children, consensual homosexuality seems to be the only viable method of same-sex relationships that is acceptable. I do not feel that groups such as NAMBLA should make the claim that they are the descendants of Greek institutions when they reject the laws and regulations of their own modern societies and refuse to adapt. Additionally, NAMBLA should not be using pederasty to affirm their beliefs. The ancient Greeks and Romans were as condemning of men who focused solely on the love of boys as modern society because this relationship was supposed to be more than carnal pleasure. They also condemned men focusing on the sexual aspect of the relationship alone and those that attempted to take advantage of boys that were either slaves or too young to know maturely what they were doing. That's the end. Thoughts?
Yo, the common denominator in all of this is men.
Yep. Yep. And they still at it
Yeah.
today. These motherfuckers can fight for shit for a long motherfucking time.
Well, let go. I think it's like I do get the whole as an author trying to present the information without any bias for real, but I don't know. I seem kind of iffy about this author. I don't really necessarily know what they kind of.
They got their bibliography there. It's a senior at Ohio State University. It's called Ancient Pedophilia by James Gentry, and it's in the news and resources section in the Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Said, do you think the author is fighting for pederasty?
I think that they're a little sympathetic of like the system. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Why else make a distinction?
Yeah,
I think
and to
just for
say something
history
like
purpose, like maybe it was their assignment.
Right. Okay.
yeah, but
I
to
was
say
too.
that one was beneficial and the other wasn't, like that makes sense. You know?
Because in antiquity, right? Like if taking yourself out of modern shoes and stepping into antiquity and actually being a researcher, what would you say? Like, would you be able to be unbiased and write about actual history?
I think that should be the goal, right? I think it's going to be hard for us to do that because we're going to be looking at it anachronistically. Like if he's talking about how it was, oh my bad, how it was used, how society was structured. I don't. I guess was he saying from their perspective it benefited society? I don't know if he was saying from his perspective it benefited society, but I do think he's making a big distinction between the two, as if to say at that time this is how it was seen, as opposed to, it being, six in one hand, half a dozen in the other from our perspective.
Yeah, I think he's saying that in antiquity, especially like in Greece, it was beneficial because the family gained something from it and there were rules around it. Rome was doing it strictly for the pleasure of the man, and they were it was more like hierarchical. They were basically Rome was taking advantage of slaves and male non-citizen boys. And so, like, I see it as him saying, okay, the difference is this one was organized and the family benefited. It protected the child. Even though it's still like I don't. What I don't hear him say is both of them are wrong, and I think that's what we're looking for. Is for him to say that both of them are wrong. So he does not say that, but also what was the assignment?
Yeah,
Right.
but also I feel like there are like I feel like lucrative would be an also accurate but less like grimy word to use than beneficial. You know what I mean?
I mean, but it was beneficial to them back then in their society. That would be true.
Yeah, but only in the sense that it got them like money and like money adjacent opportunities. But like again, lucrative would cover that without, you know what I mean, necessarily the same connotation as beneficial. You know what I mean?
I mean, I get you, but that sounds like semantics and emotional. You know what I'm saying? Like the truth is that it was beneficial to them back then. Like they got more than money, right? They got status, they got education, right? They didn't even get money in a pederistic relationship. They got education and status for their family. They were if they exchanged money, it was prostitution, and then they were condemned for it, and they lost status.
I mean, I see what Oso is saying, but I also see that like lucrative for me carries a more financial connotation. Like it's an investment and it really paid off. Um, and I think what you're saying, Thinker, is that it did pay off for them, not necessarily from a financial perspective always, but it was almost like a ticket out of whatever class that you were born into. It was a way to kind of break that glass ceiling. And I do think that it's really difficult because of the nature of what it is. We're talking about babies, like we're talking about children, and is hard to. For me, it is. I'll speak for myself. It's hard to take the care out of the topic, right? Like I don't want to lose sight of the fact that we are still talking about children, and I get that we're talking about it from a historical perspective. Think about how different it is for children in 2026. You know, the norms at 16. My mom got married at 16. Like her mom got married really early. So we look at things through the lenses of our culture and our norms. And it just wasn't that then. Just like this isn't, you know, what they experience isn't what we're living today.
I agree 100%. And I think a lot of times this is what we see believers do when they're reading the Bible too. It's difficult for them to put themselves in the shoes of the Middle Bronze Age and read the text from the lens of someone who would be writing during that time period and what their culture was and what they experienced, right? What they would know. Same thing like with first century Rome. And so as a researcher or, you know, a historian, I think you have to be able to separate the two, right? In order to accurately understand history and also write about it.
I think a lot of societies and a lot of cultures have practices that we would look at today and think that they are absolutely abhorrent. Like, just what are you talking about? You're giving your daughter to this grown ass man for some cows. What do you mean? Like, we would look at it through that lens. And especially something like, you know, what we're talking about right now. Like it is difficult, but you're right. Like that is something that believers do. It's really difficult for them to put themselves in that time to kind of mentally travel to that time and space.
Also, you're not on mute. Sorry about that, V.
Oh, no, you're good.
I think if they were able to do that we would be able to get through them more, because then they would be able to see, like when we're like, your God said such and such at this time, because they're looking at it like the God that they know today and not the God that's in that book. And if they were able to separate the two and put themselves in their shoes, I think we would have more productive conversations and be able to get them to see our perspective or start thinking critically about what it is that they believe.
Absolutely. I agree 100%. And I think that's the thing. Like they have these stories in like this protective glass case, right? You look at it, you just, refer to it every now and then, but you don't really get into it. Like you
Oh, for you
kind
cut out.
You cut out, Fee.
Oh, my bad. Is this better?
Yeah.
I don't know what's up with my Wi-Fi. Yeah, like they don't put themselves in the story. They don't, they don't really think about the fact that you're reading stories about people. You want us to believe these people were real. Then let's kind of flesh out what the reality it was based on what we do know about that culture. But that requires something other than just reverence and fear. And I think that's usually where they stop with this God in these stories.
I agree. Let's see. Was there anybody in the chat that wanted to come up and share their thoughts on the article? I thought I saw a nerd emoji. Let me read this. The super chats right quick. Not that by all of these are from Not That Bible. Jason, he says, "Hi, thank you for the $10 super chat. So angels hate Jesus, but demons love him and want to be besties. That's how it reads to me in the book. I guess W angels slay. Angels hate Jesus. Christians are scared of subtitles and choreography. Huh?
I don't know what that means.
I don't even. What does that mean, Jason? Atheist black woman says, "Is this why women proudly yell, 'I'm the wife'?" Yeah, like they're stuck in that. Like the ones that think that being a wife is the prize. Like they look down on other women for not being wives. Yeah, and then if their husband cheats, it's like they go after the woman and not the man. Or
Yeah.
even in a relationship, he ain't got to be the husband. They go after her and not him, because it's competition of losing her position. The Avatar Arcade says, "I hear so many red pill incel talking points in this article." I agree. I can't wait to tell them that their fucking masculinity comes from pederastic relationship. Like it's a pederastic ideal. Like you can't be a man unless you have some type of relationship with another man. And it's like when they say, "I don't know how to be a man because nobody taught me how." I have been asking for the longest, where the fuck did this come from? Because you don't hear women say, "I don't know how to be a woman because nobody taught me how." It's so weird how it seems like that mentality, although pederasty has been outlawed for thousands of years, that mentality of, "I don't know how to be a man because I didn't have a man to teach me how to be a man," seems to still, the residue of it seems to still be here.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, like, for my hangups on, I guess, like the author themselves, that was interesting to see because there are a lot of facets of that while there might not be that direct one-to-one carryover, how there's like a lot of like ways that like society, like I don't know, like the kind of foundational parts of our like modern society that like have carryover from that. It's pretty interesting.
Like, I don't think we've moved that much, do y'all?
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think we've evolved very much from that. Obviously some, but like not so much that like foundationally it looks that different.
Not at all. Like, I mean, think about the part where that in the article where you read that a woman's body is for the pleasure of a man. Like, even today, women are frowned upon if they enjoy sex and they're just direct about it. They don't have to hide or exhibit shame around enjoying sexual activities or knowing their bodies. Like that, all of that is still frowned upon in this culture. I don't think we've moved very far at all. I mean, as a very wise woman always says, them niggas got worms. And clearly it's just not from, clearly it's just not this generation.
You know what, Fee?
Don't act like that.
Hey,
10 out of 10.
you're
10 out of
sage. You're sage, Z. I'm just saying.
See, that's Mac. Wow.
Right, but remember when I asked, somebody told me like a couple of weeks ago that heterosexual men think that lesbian women still want them. Do y'all remember that conversation a couple of weeks ago? I was like, why do they
Yep.
think that? This is why.
Yep.
This is why they think that. Because they think that the woman's, like it's wrong for her to enjoy sexual pleasure for herself because her body is made for him. Like I was shocked to even think that they secretly think that women being lesbians means that they still want a man. That the logic in their head, I don't even know how they arrived at that. All right, y'all. Are y'all done? Anybody else want to add anything?
Was there like a lesbian that told them this?
I don't know where they got it from. I think Danny came up and was telling us about. She called it dyke something. Where they try to save the lesbian by having sex with her or something. Like she called it dyke something. I can't remember.
I think was it Dyke Break?
Dyke
or
breaking. Yeah.
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 It's a false dichotomy.
Oh my
my
goodness.
days.
Oh my
Oh
goodness.
my days.
Oh my God.
That one must have been Zena.
Hey yo.
Guys, I'll reprimand her offline.
Wow, wow.
I didn't get the joke. You said a false dichotomy?
Yeah,
False
the
dyke.
pun.
Oh, dichotomy. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Y'all said she's suing.
Have also explained it.
Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, the Saul David thing. Y'all know the hold on, I'm gonna read the scriptures for Saul. Because it says that Saul loved David like his own soul, the same way David loved Jonathan. But when it says that, it talks about David being beautiful. Hold on, let me see, where is this at?
Wasn't that part of a prophecy? Like he was always meant to be beautiful or something like that?
Who, David?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I've never read that prophecy, but we can see.
Was David's coming prophesied?
No, like his birth.
Like no, not his birth. Like,
Oh, I'm not on mute. I'm so sorry.
who was gonna take over after what's his name?
Saul.
Yeah, Saul.
Oh, Nathan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where is it?
I do wonder, like, was his birth prophesied or anything like that?
No, I don't think so. I not that I remember.
I'm not cheating. I'm just observing.
You're not on mute.
I knew.
Radio Shack, T Mac, and a Billy Goat, were they before or after David?
Please kick Oso off this live right now.
Radio Shack is
Radio Shack.
crazy.
Oh my god.
Radio
I'm just trying to help figure out whether or not David was a prophecy.
Where the hell are my notes on David? I got too many Google Drives.
Hope you got your Google driver's license.
I'm gonna kick his ass off.
Y'all are punny today.
Oh my
Thank
god,
you.
don't do it, Kalu.
Couldn't help it.
Guess you should make a Google U-turn.
Damn, y'all like what the fuck? This is There it is. God damn. Okay. YouTube, y'all not gonna be able to hear the stage talk. I'm not gonna start it back over because we about to end. But I told myself yesterday I was gonna turn off that fucking alarm, and I knew I would. I did it. I forgot. Let me see. Let me read this really quickly. Okay. 1 Samuel 16:21. Yeah, this is not the part where he says David was good looking. Hold on. They began his service. He loved him greatly. Hold on. Okay, there we go. See, okay, I'm gonna start at verse 18. So Saul says, no, I'm gonna start at 17. So Saul said to his servants, "Provide for me someone who can play well and bring him to me." One of the young men answered, "I have seen a son of Jesse the Bethlehemite, who is skillful in playing a man of valor, a warrior, prudent in speech, and a man of good presence, and the Lord is with him." So Saul sent messengers to Jesse. They changed the wording here because what he says to him in verse 18 is that he's good looking. So they changed it from that he is pleasing to look at to a man of good presence in the NRSV. Hold on. YouTube, I feel sorry for y'all. Y'all are missing Oso's jokes. Yeah, so in the Hebrew, it says he was a handsome man. Tawar. The NRSV, I hate like the way they play with people's minds be pissing me the fuck off. Like y'all see how they hiding it? Like yes. Because the soldier tells Saul, "Oh, he's handsome. He's pleasing to look at." Right? And then and David came to Saul and entered his service. Saul loved him greatly. He became his armor bearer. But what that says there in the Hebrew, that word there is vayet ahavehu. Vayet ahavehu. There, and that's the same term that is used for David describing how he loved Jonathan, and how David loved Jonathan with his own soul. Jonathan loved David with his own soul. There's no other term, no other love described using Vaye Echavehu in the Bible to describe the love of another individual, not even for a husband and a wife. And this is considered to be a divine covenantal love, like like a different type of love, like a divine appointed love. The fact that it says David loved Saul as his own soul as well. I mean, Saul loved David as his own soul as well, and like he entered into Saul's service, right? And he was just supposed to be there to play the harp, but he loved him as his own soul. And we see this relationship with David and Jonathan that the Christianity says is like a real intimate friendship between men. Why would Saul have that same type of friendship with David? That like you don't see that, right? You don't get that feeling from Saul and David, right? The bros before hoes type friendship that they are claiming Jonathan and David had. David tried to kill Saul. Saul tried to kill David, but the God sends an evil spirit to torment Saul, to make Saul go crazy to want to kill David. He didn't want to kill him at first, but so then you get Saul want the conversation that he had with his son, right? And that's in I think chapter when he set him up at the dinner. Is it chapter 19? What go I was saying? Let me see. In the bed. Saul was afraid of David because the Lord was with him, but had departed from Saul. But so Saul removed him from his presence and made him a commander of 1,000. And David marched out and came in, leading the army. Verse 12 of 1 Samuel 16. Oh, that's 18. Hold on, 16. He sent and brought him in. Now he was ruddy and had beautiful eyes and was handsome. You see how they keep saying he's handsome to Saul? Like, why? If he's just there to play the liar. Right. This is what makes me think this is a pederistic relationship. Yeah. And then let's see. Then Jesse called Abinadab and made him pass before Samuel. He said, "Neither has the Lord chosen this one." Then Jesse made. You see how they're going to Jesse and getting Jesse's permission, but I think Jesse says no at first, right? Then Jesse made Shammah pass by, and he said, "Neither has the Lord chosen this one." Jesse made 7 of his sons pass. Then the Lord has not chosen it. Samuel said to Jesse, "Are all your sons here?" He sent and brought him in. Now he was ready. Then Samuel took the horn of oil and anointed him in the presence of his brothers, and the Spirit of the Lord came mightily upon David from that day. Samuel then set out to and went to. No, Jesse didn't reject. So you know how the father has to give permission for a pederistic relationship, huh? Yeah, I'm thinking this is him coming to fetch a pederistic slave, and David goes into Saul's service. David falls in love with him. Saul falls in love with David. David falls in love with Jonathan. Saul gets jealous. Yeah, I think Saul got jealous. I don't know, because even doing that didn't make Saul not be king. Saul was king until he died. What the conversation? Which chapter is the conversation where Saul is calling? He's like, your mama is a hoe, and you like this man because your mama is a hoe. What chapter is that? Um, yeah, it's before David leaves. Yeah, that's Saul saying it to Jonathan. Let's see. Saul clothed David with his armor. He put a bronze helmet on his head and clothed him with a coat of mail. David strapped Saul's sword over the armor, and he tried in vain to walk, for he was not used to them. Then David said to Saul, "I cannot walk with these, for I'm not used to them." So David removed them. Then he took his staff in his hand and chose 5 smooth stones from the water and put them in the shepherd's bag. And sling his hand, and he drew near the Philistine. This is when he's fighting Goliath, I think. No, I want to go through this story with a fine-tooth comb. Yeah. Yep. Chapter 20. The covenant. Before I get there. David went out and was successful with Saul sent him. Saul was very angry. They were ascribed to David 10,000. He got angry at that. So he got angry at David because they were praising him for all the people that he killed. He said, "I would pin David to the wall," but David eluded him twice. The Lord was with him. So Saul removed him from his presence and made him commander of 1,000. And David he gets mad because he's getting praised. He's like, "I'm gonna kill him," and then he removes him out of his presence, but put him over more people. Like, what? Yeah. Well, he made him commander. Yeah, okay. When Saul saw that he had great success, he stood in awe of him. But all Israel and Judah loved David for it. For it was he who marched out and came in leading them. Then he gives him his daughter. "I will not raise a hand against you," or him that the Philistines did with him. David said to Saul, "Who am I, and who are my kinsfolk? My father's family is in Israel, that I should be son-in-law to the king. But at the time when Saul's daughter Merab should have been given to David, she was given to Adriel the Maholalite as a wife. Now Saul's daughter Michal loved David. Saul was told, and the thing pleased him. You see how she doesn't love David as her own soul? She just loves David. Saul thought, let me give her to him, that she may be a snare for him, and that the hand of the Philistines may be against him. Therefore Saul said to David a second time, you shall now be my son-in-law. Saul commanded his servants, speak to David in private and say, see, the king is delighted with you. And all his servants love you, and now the king be the king's son-in-law. Then Saul said, you said the king desires no marriage present except 100 foreskins, that he should be avenged on the king's enemies. Then the commander of the Philistines came out to battle. As often as they came, David had more success. But David didn't end up marrying her, did he? Yes, he did. Did he marry her? Oh, I realized that. Did he marry her later? Saul spoke with his son Jonathan about killing David. But Saul's son Jonathan took great delight in David. Jonathan told David, my father Saul is trying to kill you. Therefore be on guard tomorrow. I will go out, stand beside my father in the field. The king should not sin against his servant David, because he has not sinned against you, because his deeds has been good of service. So it took the life and attacked the Philistine, and the Lord brought a very great victory of Israel. Micah, again of this word, David went out to fight. An evil spirit from the Lord came up Saul. Let's see. Where is Samuel and David? That's where he was babbling, got naked. What have I done? What is my guilt? And what is my sin against your father that he's trying to take my life? Far from you should I die. My father does nothing either great or small without disclosing it to me. And why should my father hide this from me? Never. Your father knows well that you like me. And he thinks, do not let Jonathan know this, or he will be grieved. But truly as the Lord lives, like, why would he say that? Your father knows well that you like me. Is he talking about like we friends? And he thinks, do not let Jonathan know this, or he will be grieved. But truly as the Lord lives, and as you yourself live, there is but a step between me and death. Then Jonathan said to David, whatever you say, I will do for you. David said to Jonathan, tomorrow is a new moon, and I shall not fail to sit with the king at the meal, but let me go, so that I may hide in the field until the third evening. If your father misses me at all, then say, David earnestly asked to leave of me to run to Bethlehem, his city, for there is a yearly sacrifice there for all of the family. If he says, good, it will be well with your servant, but if he is angry, then know that evil has been determined by him. Therefore, deal kindly with your servant, for you have brought your servant into a sacred covenant with you. But if there is guilt in me, kill me yourself. Why should you? So the sacred covenant, it was the wait, let me go. What is this? 20 and 8? Oh no. Okay, I need to check something right quick. It says it in the Hebrew. It says you have brought your servant into a covenant of the Lord with you. So the ritual that they did, the covenant that they went into, was of Yahweh, and so that's the divine love. That's that Vaye Ehavu. Vaye Ehavu. That's that divine love. In the Hebrew, it says it's a divine covenant of Yahweh. The NRSV took of Yahweh out. It just says a sacred covenant. They changed it to sacred covenant. You see that? Because I think they know that this is a divine love between them two. They're trying to change them. It's the agenda. It's the narrative. They don't want that in there. That's David and Jonathan. David is saying, your father knows very well you like me. Hmm. That taking out Yahweh's name there? Because they got to know that this is a divine love. Like, why would you remove the God's name? Yeah, they got to know. They know. They just fucking lying. That means that that covenant between Jonathan and David was ordained by Yahweh. Yep. They are so they get on my fucking nerves the way they be fucking with people's minds. You see, Jonathan said you said it's in what I'm gonna go back. Tomorrow I'm gonna go through this whole story with a fine tooth comb. But you said it's in which verse, Kylo? Because I know the YouTube is going crazy and I've been able to hit a stage. Verse 30. Then Saul's anger was kindled against Jonathan. He said to him, "You son of a rebellious woman, do I not know that you have chosen the son of Jesse to your own shame?" That's, yep. "And to the shame of your mother's nakedness. For as long as, you have chosen the son of Jesse to your own shame and to the son of your mother's nakedness." Saul was fucking jealous. For as long as the son, Saul was jealous. "For as long as the son of Jesse lives upon the earth, neither you nor your kingdom shall be established." So it's like, you gonna fuck a man, you ain't gonna never have heirs. Yeah. "Now send and bring him to me, for he shall surely die." Then Jonathan answered his father Saul, "Why should he be put to death? What has he done?" But Saul threw his spear at him to strike him. He was going to kill his own son. So Jonathan knew that it was the decision of his father to put David to death. Jonathan sprang up from the table in fierce anger and ate no food on the second day of the month, for he was grieved for David and because his father had disgraced him. In the morning, Jonathan went out to the field of the appointment with David, and with him was a little boy. So he took a little boy with him. He said to the boy, "Run and find the arrows that I shoot." Or did David have a little boy? David had a little boy. Goodness gracious. So when he became a soldier and so then he gets a slave. Yeah. He said to the boy, "Run, find the arrows that I shoot." As the boy ran, he shot an arrow behind him. When the boy came to the place where Jonathan's arrow had fallen, Jonathan called, this is Jonathan's boy. Hold on. In the morning, Jonathan went out into the field to the appointment with David, and with him was a little boy. He said to the boy, "Run and find the arrows that I shoot." As the boy ran, he shot an arrow beyond him. When the boy came to the place where Jonathan's arrow had fallen, Jonathan called after the boy and said, "Is the arrow not beyond you?" Jonathan called after the boy, "Hurry up, be quick, do not linger." So Jonathan's boy gathered up the arrows and came to his master. But the boy knew nothing. Only Jonathan and David knew the arrangement. Jonathan gave his weapons to the boy and said to him, "Go and carry them into the city." So he didn't want the boy to see what him and David was going to do. As soon as the boy had gone, David rose from beside the stone heap and prostrated himself with his face to the ground. He bowed 3 times and they kissed each other and wept with each other. And it says David wept more here. And so here's the crazy thing. The footnote here says meaning of the Hebrew is uncertain. That's a fucking lie. That's a fucking lie, because the Hebrew is gadol, and it means he grew large. They kissed each other and David grew large. That's what it means. They just put he wept more and they're gonna put a small fucking reference there like the meaning of Hebrew is uncertain. No, the fuck it's not. You just don't want to say David is gay. You just don't want to say David is gay. Yeah. Yep. Then he says, then Jonathan said to David, go in peace, since both of us have sworn in the name of the Lord. They took a vow before the Lord. He's like, we both have took a vow before the Lord. The Lord shall be between you and me, and you, the Lord shall be between me and you, and between my descendants and your descendants forever. He got up and left, and Jonathan, that's a fucking wedding vow. I don't give a fuck. That, like, God is between us. We took a vow. They were fucking married. But, yep. Yep. And that's why when Jonathan dies, let's see, where does Jonathan die? David spares Saul's life. Samuel dies. You mean Saul? It says because the people in the city was praising him. Saul has killed 10,000s, but David killed 10,000. And Saul, it says Saul got jealous of that. Yeah. I don't, does it say David got mad because of that? I mean, Saul got mad because of that, though? Because Saul didn't lose his kingship. Like, Saul was still king until he died. Like, Samuel saying that the Lord rejected him didn't remove Saul from the throne. Like, Saul was king for a long time, even after that. Huh? Yeah. What chapter? Oh, here you go. After the death of Saul, this is 2 Samuel 1. After the death of Saul, when David had returned from defeating the Amalekites, David remained 2 days in Ziklag. On the third day, a man came from Saul's camp with his clothes torn and dirt on his head. When he came to David, he fell to the ground and did obeisance. David said to him, where have you come from? He said to him, I have escaped from the camp of Israel. David said to him, how did things go? Tell me. He answered, the army fled from the battle, but also many of the army fell and died, and Saul and his son Jonathan also died. Then David asked the young man who was reported to him, how do you know that Saul and his son Jonathan died? The young man reporting to him said, I happened to be on Mount Gilboa, and there was Saul leaning on his spear, while the chariots and the horsemen drew close to him. When he looked behind him, he saw me and called to me. I answered, here, sir. And Saul leaning on his spear. And he said, I thought Saul took his own life. Yeah, but there's one where he took his own life. Hold on. 1 Samuel 31, 3 through 4. Yeah, 1 Samuel 31 says, now the Philistines fought against Israel, and the men of Israel fled before the Philistines, and many fell on Mount Gilboa. The Philistines overtook Saul and his sons, and the Philistines killed Jonathan and Abinadab and Malchishua, the sons of Saul. The battle pressed hard on Saul, and the archers found him, and he was badly wounded by them. Then Saul said to his armor bearer, draw your sword and thrust me through with it, so that these uncircumcised may not come and thrust me through and make sport of me. But his armor bearer was unwilling, for he was terrified. So Saul took his own sword and fell on it. When his armor bearer saw that Saul was dead, he fell on his sword and died with him. Mhm. I don't know. So, like Saul did it himself. But in 2 Samuel 1 and 6, an Amalekite kills him. In 2 Samuel, verse 6, the young man reporting to him said, I happened to be on Mount Gilboa, and there was Saul leaning on his spear while the chariots and the horsemen drew close to him. When he looked behind him, he saw me and called out to me. I answered, here, sir. And he said to me, who are you? I answered him, I am an Amalekite. He said to me, come, stand over me and kill me, for convulsions have seized me, and yet my life still lingers. So I stood over him and killed him, for I knew that he could not live after he had fallen. I took the crown that was on his head and the armlet that was on his arm, and I have brought them here to my Lord. So did Saul kill himself, or did the Amalekite do it? The other one said he died though. When it says he died when he did it. It says when the armor bearer saw that, it says Saul was terrified, so Saul took his own sword and fell on it. When his armor bearer saw that Saul was dead, he fell on his sword and died with him. So there's no Amalekite there. It's just Saul and his armor bearer. Yeah, interesting. Um, See, that David took hold of his clothes and tore them. Well, they always want to fucking bother us when we're like studying. Like the live, yeah, talking about this is so bad, let me up. Like, go the fuck to bed. Then David took hold of his clothes and tore them, and all the men who were with them. What? The Bible, the self harm is in the Bible. They restricted the life for self unaliving and self harm, and this is the fucking Bible. Mm-hmm. I don't care. This is crazy. We finna end any goddamn way. Then David took hold of his clothes and tore them, and all the men who were with him did the same. They mourned and wept and fasted until evening for Saul and for his son Jonathan and for the army of the Lord and for the house of Israel, because they had been struck down by the sword. David said to the young men who had reported him, where do you come from? I am the son of a resident alien and Amalekite. David said to him, were you not afraid to lift your hand to destroy the Lord's anointed? Then David called one of the young men and said, come here and strike him down. Wait, what? Hold on. What? Like, were you not afraid to kill a chosen one? Kill him. So he struck him down and he died. David said to him, your blood be on your own head, for your own mouth has testified against you, saying, I have killed the Lord's anointed. David intoned this lamentation over Saul and his son Jonathan. He ordered that the song of the bow be taught to the people of Judah. It is written in the book of Jasher. He said, I'm not going to read that song. I'm trying to get to where David is mourning. He's anointed king of Judah. Yep. 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 David killed Benjamin, 360 Abner's men. Let me see where David mourns Jonathan. How did I miss it? 2 Samuel 1? I missed it. David took hold of his clothes and tore them, and they mourned, wept, and fasted until evening for Saul and his son. And the house of Israel been struck down by the sword. David said to the young man who had reported, "Where do you come from?" Where is the love greater than, I don't verse 26. Goodness, man, she got my nose fucked up. Is what Jonathan lies slain upon. Oh, he put it in the song. The song is about Jonathan. So he ordered that the song of the bow be taught to the people of Judah. It is written in the book of Jasher. Your glory, O Israel, lies slain upon your high places. How the mighty have fallen. Tell it not in Gath. Proclaim it not in the streets of Ashkelon. O the daughters of the Philistines will rejoice. The daughters of the uncircumcised will exalt. Your mountains of Gilboa, let there be no dew or rain upon you, nor mountainous fields. For there the shield of the mighty was defiled, the shield of Saul, anointed with oil no more. From the blood of the slain, from the fat of the mighty, the bow of Jonathan did not turn back, nor the sword of Saul returned empty. Saul and Jonathan, beloved and lovely, in life and in death they were not divided. They were swifter than eagles, they were stronger than lions. O daughters of Israel, weep over Saul, who clothed you with crimson and luxury, who put ornaments of gold on your apparel. How the mighty have fallen in the midst of the battle. Jonathan lies slain upon your high places. I am distressed for you, my brother Jonathan. Greatly beloved you were to me. Your love to me was wonderful, passing the love of women. How the mighty have fallen in the weapons of the war. I gotta see if they've changed this in the Hebrew. The 2 Samuel. What chapter am I in, y'all? Damn, what was I just reading? 2 Samuel 1. Let me see if they changed this. So the word there is surpassing, palah. So they just put, what? How did I read it? What did I say? They said, ahava, ahavataka, uh, nifoata, ahavataka, ahavatka. Yeah, it is women. It's not a woman. So it's your love surpasses the love of women, not a woman. So if he put it in the plural, nashim. So if it's in the plural, he's saying all women, right? Your love surpasses all women. Your love surpasses the love of all women. Me'ahavat. Me'ahavat nashim. That is the love of women. So yeah, like if he says your love surpasses the love of women, yeah, I think David and Jonathan was in a relationship. Like, did it in the article it said that, right? That men preferred men over women. Yeah. Yeah. It was more intimate and yeah. Yeah, I think David and Jonathan was in a relationship. I think Saul fell in love with David when David came into his service. They fell out. I think he noticed Jonathan and David had something going on. He got jealous of David. Like, he's jealous of his son and David. He's also jealous of David because David is getting notoriety in the kingdom. He knows that David is the next to be anointed king when he dies. Like, Saul has two reasons to kill David, I think. I don't know. Does it say his age in here? I don't know. Let me see. Huh? Jonathan was 15 to 30 years older than David. When Jonathan is first introduced in the biblical account, he is already a proven military commander. Let me see if I can get the scriptures. Hold on. We can find out. We can go down a rabbit hole. Okay. So it's 1 Samuel 13:3. Yeah, exactly. Um, Saul chosen 3,000 of Israel. Jonathan already has a young armor bearer. Jonathan's acting as a seasoned warrior with his own armor bearer before David appears in the narrative. David is described as a youth. 1 Samuel 17:42. David is a youth. So David is a child. Yep, this is a pederistic relationship. 1742. 1 Samuel 17. I don't know. Yeah, but you know what is so crazy? They noticed because they always pictured David as a kid killing Goliath. So they know he was a youth when he came into Saul's service. And then Saul, they're like, oh, he's handsome, he's this, he's that. They're selling him. Like he gets the permission from Jesse to enter this pederistic relationship. Saul's like, okay, if you go get these Philistines, if you do this, blah, blah, blah. Like he's preparing him to be don't David say something like, I don't when Saul saw David go out against the Philistine, he said, Abner, whose son is this young man? Abner said, as your soul lives, O king, I do not know. When Saul saw David, Saul saw David and sent his soldiers to go and fetch him. That's the chase. Holy shit! He saw him out first. Ain't that what the article said? The king inquired whose son the young man is. On David's return from Abner took and brought him before Saul with the head of the Philistine in his hand. Saul said to him, whose son are you? And David answered, I'm the son of your servant Jesse the Bethlehemite. Let me see how old Saul was when David came into his, how long Saul had been king. Let's see. Yep. King Saul lived approximately 10 to 15. No, how long had Saul been king? That in court, and when David was a young man, he defeated Goliath. He was in his teens. He spent a few years serving in Saul's court, and then about 10 to 13 years on the run. Saul's death and his sons and afterwards. So he was hold on. So he became king. David became king at 30. David became king at 30. He was a teenager when he came into Saul's reign. He reigned into Saul's service. He was in Saul's service for a couple of years, and then he went on a run. Yeah, what does this mean? So, and it's that dots. Like, go to 1 Samuel 13. Yeah, go to 1 Samuel 13 and read verse 1 for me. I don't know. Like, it's like, how old was Saul when he began to reign? We can't tell you. What? Why? No, when he began to reign, the numbers are not legible. Let's see, does it say how old he was when he died? Hold on. Oh, the 40 years of Saul reigning comes from fucking Luke and Acts, though. Yep, Acts 13:21. Hold on. I think that was Timothy. They always like their typology, they always pick 40. Y'all notice that? Everything is 40. You can't trust it. Yeah. You can't trust it when the number's 40. That's why you can't trust if David was actually a king either, because everything is 40 with his ass. Says many people estimate that Saul's age of death was around 60 to 80 years old. We'll never get that age. I don't know. That's just weird that the age is missing. 80 years? I don't know. No, I don't think so. Yep. All right, y'all. I can see the YouTube cannot hear anything, and since I'm not going to restart, I'm gonna go ahead and end it here. If y'all want to pick back up tomorrow during the slow times of the live, we can do a deep dive. Yeah. Thank y'all. This was fun. We didn't even talk to Kristen. It's like this was fun. And we went longer than I expected. So I appreciate y'all so much. Thank y'all for all the gifts, the super chats, the shares, and all that. If y'all want to rehash this live, y'all know y'all can watch it on YouTube. I love y'all. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye, y'all. Bye.